Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. As most of you know, I'm Sammy. This is Dusty.
Hi. Hello.
Hey. And we are going to be calling in our friend Plain Toast No Jam tonight. He is going to be joining us, discussing this incredible subject matter that he just did the pre-stream yesterday. He was talking all about some of the backstory of UFO disclosure.
Yeah.
And today is a historic day, so we would love nothing more than to share that with all of you and with our friend Plain Toast. So
Yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Did anyone watch the hearing today? Does anyone already know what's going on? No spoilers.
we all know.
We all know.
That's the funniest part of this. Is pretty much everything discussed today, as far as I know, we already pretty much know. But it's really impressive having this be put out into the public eye. And for those of us that follow the subject of UFOs and disclosure, we're like, duh. But this is very important to have it be put out there for the average people, so it can start being accepted as part of reality rather than seen as a sign of kooky or conspiracy theories. It is not neither kooky nor conspiracy theories, and it's good that we're going to be moving forward into a time where we can say we don't know, which the government doesn't usually like to do that. They're not good at saying we do not know and we are not in control of everything.
Yeah.
But when you have people pop up who blasting you out, there's not really much you can do about that.
That's true. And aside from that, like now these conversations can actually be had seriously in the public rather than having to, put on your tinfoil hat and like, oh, it's a UFO buff. Like now we can actually discuss these things in public and have, testimony and maybe not quite proof, but we have eyewitnesses and
credible
witnesses that we can lean on and show that the government has it in congressional record that this stuff has been talked about and is known, and that we don't know what it is. Good, we get to surprise Princess. Good.
That's awesome.
Good.
That's awesome. And Mom, I'm so glad that you were here. I just sent you a message and I was like, hey, we're doing this thing, you gotta make sure to pop in, and then you're here, so it's perfect. I know there's quite a few of us who are stay pretty well up to date on the subject and are really interested and have been watching kind of the rose bloom, so to speak. The petals are starting to unfold, and it's really cool. And for anybody that pops in tonight who isn't as up to date on these things, it's gonna be pretty mind-blowing shit for sure. Yeah. So either way about it. It's gonna be good.
Speaking of people popping in, Dutch Oven Witch, so good to see you. I know.
Hello, Dutch Oven Witch.
Saw you in Plain Toast stream last night, so happy to have you in here.
Yeah,
Thanks
we're so glad to have you.
Popping in and saying hello and following along. Glad for that. And so I guess it doesn't look like anybody really fully watched it. I guess Dutch Oven, you said you saw George Knapp in the back. Yeah, they were there. George and Jeremy Corbell were both there. And they actually had statements that were entered into congressional record as well. And then they were given some shout outs too by the committee, saying that, thanks to them, this stuff is actually being brought to the forefront, and just basically thanking them for all their work that they've done. And no Stephen Greer.
We were talking about that earlier. I was like, oh man, was Stephen Greer there? And
we were hoping for Greer for sure. But I was telling Sammy, I was thinking about it, and Greer is real heavy on pushing the government is going to use this for false flag operations, and I'm pretty sure they didn't want to invite him because I bet he would have talked about that and warned against it. So they probably don't want Greer in there.
That and other things as well. I mean, his big angle on this is it's been hidden for so long, but what we really should be doing is finding ways to communicate with them, and basically have peaceful communication with them, which I think is amazing, and I get behind. But right now, you can't just drop the bomb with everything. So they're like, yes, we are admitting that these UAPs and things that appear to be of non-human origin have been seen, but they're not going straight to, yes, and there's these aliens, and we've been communicating with them, and here's how we can communicate with them right now. Like, as I'm on board with him, but I feel like that's something that very sensitively is going to have to be revealed in time to the general population.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because back in the day after Roswell, everything was like big headlines and it was like such big topic. But with this, it is very interesting that it is not of as much interest generally as far as breaking news, like beep, 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 beep. Like everybody stop what you're doing. This is a huge thing. For people paying attention, and even for some people not specifically paying attention, they might scroll past it on some other news stuff, but it doesn't appear to have as much weight as it once did. And I think partially that's the way that it's being put out there, because it's a lot easier to share this information and say, yeah, we kept these secrets for a while, it was for your best interest, but we're just gonna like slip that under the rug. You know, they don't want to blast out, the government has been lying this entire time, and now we're telling you we're sorry. So they don't want to stand from a mountain with a megaphone to do that necessarily. And that's kind of what Stephen Greer was doing. He was like, yes, they're out there, duh. Yes, they lied, duh. What we really need to do is figure out how to communicate with. So I feel like that's for down the line.
We're not quite there yet.
Not quite there.
For sure. Oh, yeah, Mindy. So, yep, you stay tuned. We're going
to play the whole thing.
Yeah, we're going to watch the whole thing. So we're going to call in Plain Toast here shortly. He's going to be our guest, special guest. Ooh. Yeah. So we're going to call him in, and we're going to watch the whole hearing. It's a little long, but it's shorter than the majority of our streams. So
it's a little over 2 hours.
Yeah.
But that's great because, we normally stream for quite some time, and I know some of you can't stay for 5 hours for the stream, which is totally fine, but we'll get started shortly, watch the entire thing, and then discuss it. We can stop and discuss as we go through if something pops up that we feel like we need to just like stop and address, or if it just feels more organic to just kind of like get in the zone and watch the whole thing and discuss afterwards. We'll just kind of see what feels right to everybody.
Yes, totally. And I was gonna say on the in the same vein of like with Greer being something that's going to be something further on down the line, it does seem like this is the first of many of these hearings. It sounds like there's going to be more of them, and that they already have plans for follow-ups. And I will say that I was very surprised at the amount of information that came out in this hearing. The last one, the congressional hearing that they had, we all just kind of left a little bit like, a little lackluster afterwards. It was like, well, they didn't really say anything. It was all, oh, we can't talk about that, or we don't know, and, just no information. This one, there's a lot of information. I feel like they still have information that they can't talk about publicly. So the whistleblowers do at times say, I can't talk about that in a public hearing, but they do say that I would gladly talk with you about it in a private setting afterwards, a skiff, as you will, which I'm not even sure what a skiff is. I know it's just a private conversation. I'm sure it's an acronym for something, but they keep saying a skiff, so that's what that is. But I was telling Sammy, it sounds like it's the same basic types of information are what they keep saying they can't talk about publicly, and it's not just everything, and they're not just like, oh, I can't talk about that. It's very specific things. It does seem to be names of people and companies that they can't talk about, and then anything with recovered bodies they didn't really talk about, like they didn't want to admit that they had bodies, but nobody said that we don't have bodies, which I thought was very interesting. But it does seem like they just had very specific topics that they skip.
For national security purposes.
Yeah, which makes sense.
There's certain things that, even though of course me and you just want the 100% truth, we all want the truth. There's certain things where I understand that, the government feels that they need to kind of keep quiet for the moment, especially when it comes to alien bodies. Like, we don't need riots. We don't need people busting down the gates of Area 51 to see the aliens. Like there's things and reasons, I'm sure, why that's kept quiet. And David Grush did talk about that previously before this hearing. He said they do have recovered crafts and they do have alien bodies. But during this hearing, he was like, I haven't seen them personally.
Yeah.
And we can discuss more about that later. So that's something that I think that it's understood. Hey, you can come out and you can say a lot of this stuff, but there's certain things you need to be discreet about, and there's probably a lot of reasons for that. I mean, we can't scare the shit out of everybody that, you know, after Roswell time and after people freaked the fuck out when all of that happened and the War of the Worlds and all of that stuff, it was a very scary, actually. It was very, very scary to see how the public reacted. We're a much different version of the public right now. A lot of time has gone by, and we're more well acclimated, especially with Hollywood films and everything, I mean, which actually can be more scary. It can be fear-mongering in itself, seeing, you know, like Mars Attacks and stuff, you know, where it's just like, oh, yay, we're going to create these aliens. It's going to be great. And they're all pew, 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 you know, like, people don't know. And what we don't know is what's actually the scariest part. So I understand the need for discretion.
Yeah.
But it's pretty obvious.
And Plain Toast, you know, says that it's got more to do with the legalities. And yeah, I'm, you know, absolutely. It's got to do with things that they can't really disclose. And I'm sure I've heard in other interviews where they can't disclose things because specifically that person has a book coming out and their production company, publishers. Yeah, publishers do books. But their publishers are like, you can't talk about these things if you have a book coming out. So it could even be something as simple as that, you know. But really, I think that it has to do with the legalities for national defense. And then, honestly, Grush, he's got to worry for his life. He's gotten threats. He even said in this hearing that his wife has witnessed it. And so I don't know if that means that she's had threats on her life as well, but I'm sure the whole family has been threatened.
I mean, look at what happened to Bob Lazar. The FBI has raided his house multiple times and tore his shit apart really hard. I don't know how that guy's still alive, to be totally honest with you, because he was the first real credible whistleblower with all of this, and this was back in the 90s. This is a long time ago, but there was so much disinformation campaigns and trying to discredit him, where they're like, oh, this guy's just crazy, you know, but meanwhile the feds are ransacking his entire house looking for all of these things that he said that he actually has. So and then Princess asked about David Greer too. You want to explain about
so Greer, he's actually a doctor. He wasn't even involved in military or alien world at all, but he just kind of fell into it and was one that just ended up being the person that people were going to with this information once he got into it, and ended up quitting his practice and went full-time into the UFO world. And he's put out a couple documentaries all talking about disclosure and basically sharing all the information that we already know. But he has given presentations to presidents and to Congress in private settings. He was never able to do it publicly, but he did lead press conferences, 2 of them I believe. I know of one specifically, but where they brought forward a whole bunch of military and retired military people and let them talk about what it was that they've seen, what they've experienced, and jobs that they've been on. And for some reason, it was at the National Press Club, which is right there in Washington, D.C., and for some reason, those didn't get blown out. You can find them on YouTube. I've watched, the full videos right there, and everybody's talking about experiences they've had and things they've seen and craft they recovered and protocols it took to do all that, and it just wasn't in congressional records, so it never really got too blown out. But Greer is the one that was the go-to for all that for a long time. So he's got a documentary called Unacknowledged.
He did Unacknowledged, which was the first of 2.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely fantastic. I cannot highly recommend that anymore. Unacknowledged, he is basically laying out all of the information that he has witnessed firsthand, and people that he has spoken to, and he's basically acknowledging greatly the depths of the cover up, and why they're covering it up, and how disclosure is in process, but it's a slow process. So that was the first documentary. And the second documentary, which was Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind.
Yeah.
And that documentary took everything to another level, where he was like, not only are we aware of these other species, we've actually been in communication with them, and they do telepathically communicate. And this is where it can get a little woo-woo sounding for people, but to be honest with you, I'm not very woo-woo per se, but it's extremely believable, incredible, where there are these meetup groups, CE5 groups that are happening all over the country and the world, where these people are doing group meditations, essentially, where they are tapping into the frequency, and they are causing the UFO sightings kind of on command at times, and actually communicating with these species, where according to him and the tale, as these species are saying that we are not quite there yet, we're not evolved enough to be able to communicate with them in the way that they would like, and because humans are so aggressive and fearful, that we kind of have to raise the vibration of the planet more before we can actually have good, true communication and working with each other. So it really like leveled up watching the second documentary. We were like, holy shit, okay, this is a whole nother level of understanding in this way. So, and he's not just some like crackpot guy, he's actually a really legit dude.
He's an interesting guy for sure, and he just kind of says it how it is, and you can tell like he's not making anything up. He doesn't seem like he has any reason to make anything up, and it's just like, this is what's been shown to me, and these are documents that I have, and like, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, everything must be taken with a grain of salt, of course, and I do
for sure,
I do acknowledge that. But that being said, I do feel that he is a very credible witness, and he does build trust when you're talking with him. So I don't know. I err on the side of caution always, but at the same time, I think Stephen Greer is really on to something.
I do too. Yeah, I really like him. His name's been brought up a lot, and the UFO community wanting him to be there at these hearings. But yeah, like I said, with the warnings that he gives as far as what he thinks the government is going to do with this information, I don't think they want him involved. But on that, should we call in our special guest? Yeah?
Definitely should.
Plain Toast, are you ready for this?
And by the way, let's acknowledge our shirts, by the way.
Yeah.
Me and Dusty both wore shirts for the night, and I hope that Plain Toast is also wearing some kind of alien attire.
Yeah. If you're not, you should go change.
It's fine, but at the same time, I would be surprised if you weren't.
Yeah.
So.
Let's see. Okay. We're going to try this.
Yeah, sorry we were a little late on starting the stream. We had to work out a lot of settings with calling in our guest and making sure that everything worked properly, which was a little bit more tricky than we thought that it was, being able to play the video and be able to have the audio to be heard on both ends. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know we started a little bit later than we expected to.
Thanks. It's going to be worth it, though. Promise.
Well.
Let's see. All right. Sweet. Oh, wait. Why do I have this video up still? That shouldn't be there. Okay.
Yay, Plain Toast.
Right, it's Plain Toast.
Greetings.
Hi.
Greetings. Oh, schmanky hat. You and your hats. I always appreciate your hats.
It's the go-to for the balding.
Yeah.
It looks very classy, though.
Yeah.
And your microphone, is that supposed to be like a campfire kind of thing in the microphone?
Well, it's like a glow. It's just an LED behind the membrane.
That is so cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, that actually looks like what we're like sitting at a campfire talking with you.
Hanging out around the campfire.
I love it.
Let's see. Can everybody hear Plain Toast okay? Has everybody got his audio coming through? We can hear you loud and clear.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Awesome. Oh, we're so glad that you're here with us.
Yeah, for sure.
This is going to be fun.
Glad you wanted to do this with us. Cool. Yep. Everybody's saying they can hear you just fine. This is great.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, so I know you said that you had seen most of it, but you didn't quite finish the whole hearing, right? So.
Yeah, well, I actually missed the beginning of it, and I came in towards the end of it.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. So you were actually there for the live
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I was not. I caught it after.
I caught
woke
the.
up.
Oh man, I was trying to stay up. It started at 7 a.m. our time, and normally I'm up at that time, but I made it till about 6:30, and then I passed out, and then I woke up around 7:30, and I was like, ugh, and I put it on, and they were like introducing everybody, and I was like trying so hard to stay awake, and I ended up passing back out. I woke up about an hour later and like caught just like a little bit, and I was like, I'm just gonna have to check it out later. I'm not awake enough to be able to process all this. I tried really hard though. I really did. So
it's exactly what my thing was. You know, I 10 o'clock is like that's work hours, and it's the summertime, so I'm not up at 10 usually.
Absolutely. Fair enough.
But I was awake, and then I had to find C-SPAN because I decided to watch it. I was originally supposed to go into work today, and I decided not to. So I stayed home to watch it, and then I had to figure out how to get C-SPAN on the system upstairs. So I ended up finding it on Roku. So
yeah, we just pulled it up on
it.
YouTube. There's the whole thing on YouTube,
Oh, yeah,
so we're
there's
like, all right,
tons of
easy
people.
enough. Yeah. Which is what we were imagining. We're like, all right, the whole thing will be recorded, so it'll be easy.
Mm-hmm.
So cool. So you got some of it. I got a little bit of it. I got feedback from Dusty and Tavia on the gist, but I have not watched the entire thing, so I'm really looking forward to this a lot. This is going to be really
Yeah, I watched some of it, and like I say, I did some research before, like earlier tonight, looking up, reactions and thoughts and stuff like that from some people I follow and stuff like that, Reddits and subreddits, and all sorts of interesting things.
I will say I was surprised that there were not more episodes of the podcast that I follow that already had follow-ups to it. I'm sure everybody was just kind of reeling and wasn't, they weren't quite ready to put up a full episode about it. There was only one of the podcasts I follow, the Somewhere in the Skies, with Ryan Sprague, I think was his name. But he was the only one I saw that actually had reaction video put up and in response to it. So I know George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell's podcast, like I thought for sure they would have a follow-up immediately. Considering they were there, I figured they probably had something already prepared, but they didn't have anything up yet. So I'm sure tomorrow all the episodes will start coming through, but I was surprised that it was not already just blown out. I thought everybody would have episodes ready to go, at least just hopping on and being like, oh my god, like I thought there would be a reaction. But
well, like I was saying, so many of us, we already accept these things and knew that these things were happening and knew that they were being covered up. So for those of us in the community, it's not shocking. Nothing about this is shocking. The only thing that I am not shocked but kind of a little bit surprised is that they are publicly putting this out there and they are not continuing the charade. The fact that it's been so long and they're actually saying, yes, there's shit in our airspace and we don't know what it is, which means we can't properly protect you. That is very strange that the government is publicly admitting that, but we've all known that is the case, and it's just been kind of ridiculous them being like, well, everything's under control, don't worry, we know everything's fine. Like, I'm sorry, we don't believe you. So at this point, them speaking out publicly, I mean, there's nothing that they could really do once the whistleblowers came out. If you keep denying it and keep discrediting everybody, that makes it even worse in the end. So it was like time they had to do something.
yeah,
It's not just the whistleblowers. The whistleblowers are coming out, and like this guy, they created that whistleblower law not so long ago, and this guy's the first dude out of that business to take advantage of the whistleblower laws for certain protections, to come forward and talk about what he's been seeing. And the big gist that he's bringing to is that there's been not just, because he said it towards the end of it, and it's not just the cover-up of the aliens and the cover-up of the UAPs, because there's some that might be man-made and some that aren't. Some of them, anyway, I won't spill too much of the beans for those of you who haven't seen it yet, but it's a lot of, there's mismanagement of funds and there's some illegal ways of that they were using the monies to do whatever they've been doing, and that's what he blew the whistle on. And because he blew the whistle on that, he's able to talk about everything else in a protected, legal fashion. So that's kind of what's going on there, and you know,
exactly.
That's what they want to get to the bottom of too, right? That's how they're going to get them. That's how they're going to break it down, and it's really, you know, it's nice to see that it's on both sides, that everybody's working towards it.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It was a little less political than I suspected it might be, considering who was supposed to be chairing it, especially Paulina Luna there. It's I thought she was really going to be yikes, but she wasn't. She did a good job. You know, obviously they're going to poke where they can poke, but it's bipartisan. There's a lot of support on both sides of the aisle. They're going to continue this, like I kind of predicted last night. It was kind of like, here's, you know, they're setting the table, first course. Now we're waiting for the entree, which will be probably in November, maybe the spring. Maybe they're going to separate it those two ways.
See how everybody responds to phase one first.
Exactly. And then, but I think they're going to investigate and look into it, and then they're going to go after the companies, maybe, and you know, they're going to get the heads of the organizations in and say, you know, how are you hiding the money? Why were you doing this? Why weren't you telling us about that? Et cetera, et cetera. We have proof. Why didn't you come to us? Why didn't you tell the American people this? Why do you hide things so well? And it really is, and what I find interesting is both sides of the aisle. It's the pinnacle. I think we're seeing the start of the fight against the military-industrial complex. That we were warned about before, like immediately after World War II, when everything kind of went fucking sour, basically, right? And I forget which president it was. Was it Truman that said, you know, beware the military-industrial complex in his farewell speech? Was it Truman?
I think it was Eisenhower.
Roosevelt?
But either way, one of the old...
It was one of those guys who came out and brought it up. And said, you know, beware of the military-industrial complex. And we kind of went like, you know, but we've been living under, when you really look at things, at the never-ending wars and the advancement of technology on that side, and how, you know, society is kind of fallen apart to a seemingly set agenda. You start to think, maybe it's not the government that's so bad, but this military industrial thing, because there's so much money wrapped up, you know, in these mysterious companies and stuff like that that kind of work beyond the law that we never hear about. And this is, they're taking a strike, and they're taking a good swipe at them right now. They're you know, so what does that mean? It's going to be a itchy, interesting few years, I think.
And this is interesting because this is just the United States at this point. There's so many other countries that have their own issues with this, and how is it being covered up, and how are they dealing with it? I remember, I'm sure since you were into this stuff, you remember as well, probably about maybe 11, 12 years ago or so, the former Minister of Defense of Canada came out and did a public hearing, or a public statement. And did you watch that whole thing? Do you know what I'm referring to here?
No. I did not watch it.
So this guy, I can't remember his name, I apologize, but he was the Minister of Defense of Canada for somewhere around 30 years. And he came forward and said, "That's right. We totally acknowledge that these things are happening. We know these things are happening. We feel that it is in the best interest for the public to understand. We understand that the United States is, you know, tooth and nail trying to cover this up, and we do not feel that's fair. So I am coming out, and I have these other fellows with me who are like vetted military, you know, generals and all of the like huge people that were old and had been doing it for a long time. And similarly to this, they were standing up saying, yes, this is happening. Yes, we know about it. And they also took it to the next level where he said, I can't remember the exact number. I think he said, we acknowledge that there are 6 different races that we have been in communication with, or whatever. I don't think it was that much.
Oh
that
no,
we've been
11 was the
communicating.
Israeli
The
Prime
Israeli guy,
Minister. Yeah.
But the Canadian guy, he was like, we fully acknowledge there are these many, and we have actually been in conversation with them, and this is not something that we can hide. So it was like a whole thing. This is like actual people who are in charge of protecting the country of Canada over a decade ago came out and said this, and most people haven't even heard of it. We saw it so many years ago, and we've shared it with a lot of people where we're like, how has nobody else heard of this? So, and they're probably sitting there like, oh my God, we did this forever ago. Well, like, welcome to the party.
We could get into that, but that's an entirely different stream. But how the government controls the media here, so it's like
and I know, Sammy, you were saying, you know, like, this isn't anything in that we don't already know about, you know, like we've already heard all of this, we know all of this. It's kind of, you know, information for all the rest of us. But plain toast, like you were saying last night on your show, like, this whole hearing was not for us. This hearing was for the public. You know, this is to get it into congressional record and to get it into public and to open up these conversations and to make it known in, you know, the smallest circles of public that this is a thing, you know, so we don't have to wear our tinfoil hats anymore. Like, now we can actually be, you know, legitimate people talking about this, so it could be an actual conversation instead of just stoners talking about some things, you know, like, so it is at least doing that and putting it into public realm, which is great. And then, you know, like you said too, there's going to be follow-ups, and we're going to dig deeper into it, which I'm really excited about. Like, they did allude to follow-up hearings after this, and it does sound like their next step is going to be contacting the corporations and the heads of the corporations that are hiding things and that do seem to have information that is not being released, and pull them onto the stand and put that on record, which I think is great. That's a great next step. So I'm excited to see the next hearing, which will be coming.
So we'll cover all of them as they come out. It'll be great.
I have a feeling they're going to go after military first before they go after the corps. And because corps have got much better lawyers. So they want to set the groundwork before they go after the big corps, right? And the corps are providing the technology, right? And they're heavily relying on them to move their capacity to build stuff in North America, because China is such a threat right now, right? So, you know, I see it around here right now. The mining industry in Quebec is starting to explode again. People are, well, why is that? Because we have a lot of the minerals that are needed for semiconductor production. So if we can start digging that stuff up, right, then they can transfer some of that over, and they don't have to worry about it so much, and then they don't have to deal with China so much, because they've discovered that the new weapons and stuff like that are actually you know, work as planned, and even better than planned, as they're seeing in the Ukraine with their SAR, you know, there's certain missiles that they've supplied that are, you know, very tactical, pinpoint accuracy, you know, and working better than was hoped. So it really takes, you know, they're limiting the Russian threat. China will think twice before, you know, swiping at Taiwan, you know, and that's a big thing, because if that ever did happen, that's your big thing. You don't got to worry about Russia anymore. Russia is going to peter out there. But China is very, very, very itchy situation.
China's scary.
So what you're saying is we need to invest in mining in Canada.
Invest in mining, period, in North America.
Okay. Noted. Hi, Buttery. Welcome. Episode 150.
150.
And I actually I just want to point something out that Princess Persnickety said, where she says it's not a conspiratorial mind, it's a well-educated, experienced mind.
That's a very good way to put that.
That's what I hope I fall into. I know I'm sounding like the lunatic here, I swear.
No, you're certainly definitely not.
I'm out there, and I don't, you know, it's just when you read things and you start really looking at this stuff again, and you know, pick up things from history and you remember stuff and you go like, oh geez, you know, there's connections that are being made that, and I'm not saying, oh, this is absolutely the truth. I'm just conjecturing that this could be what is happening. Or this is what's going on.
For decades, they've been trying to make it sound like anybody that believed this or believed anything out of the normal, what that they told us was, you know, conspiracy or crazy or kooky or whatever. They try to discredit people and then shame people from even sharing, from feeling comfortable to sharing the information with their friends and family or whatever. So at this point, like, no, I don't think we sound kooky saying any of this. I really don't. I think like Princess said, it's well educated minds. Like this is things that we have all been following closely for a really long time. It's not just like, you know, we watched some alien movies and then today heard about this thing and we're all pumped on it. Like this has been a very long process. And I don't know if you've ever been to Roswell, New Mexico. Have you ever been out there?
It's on my bucket list, but
there is a UFO research museum next to a research library, and I've been twice actually, and it's
nice.
It is so interesting. It is not like campy or kitschy. Like I kind of thought at first when I went, I was like, okay, it's gonna be kind of fun, and there's gonna be, you know, some silly alien stuff, and it'll be a good time, and they're just trying to get your money. I do not think so.
Yeah.
No. I spent hours reading as much as I could, and when I went back with Dusty many years later for the second time, I was like, well, listen, we're gonna need a long time. We have to read all this paperwork. They just have affidavits up all over the place. They have all of this, you know, previously like hidden documents, these classified documents that after 50 years were unclassified, and boom, they put them up on the wall. Unless they're specifically reclassified, they're there to be seen, and people went through all of this stuff and posted it up. And if you have the time and the care and concern, you can go around and you can read all of this shit, see people's signatures on stuff and everything. And it was really unbelievable, where I was like, all right, I didn't have doubts before necessarily, but now I definitely do not have any doubts. Like I can see clearly reading this shit what the fuck is going on. There was Majestic 12, like the pamphlets with the Majestic 12 transcripts from all their stuff.
All the steps of what to do if there is a recovered craft, what to do with a body if there's a body that's found, whether it's dead or alive, and you know the protocol to follow. Like, those documents are all laid out.
Official protocol.
And,
boom. And I was like,
it was interesting. Like she said, it wasn't hokey at all. Like we were expecting it to be just like the rest of Roswell. Like all of Roswell is, you know, like, oh, it's aliens, it's fun, you know, but you get to this museum and they're serious and they're like, this is the information that's out there. So I commend them on that.
Highly recommend anybody that is interested in this subject matter, like, check it out. At the very least, I think you could probably download the Majestic 12 paperwork, which if you have the care and concern and the time to read through it, there's a lot of interesting information. And for anybody that's not familiar with the Majestic 12, it was way, you know, back after Roswell time. It was essentially, if you watch X-Files, it's like the shadow government. It is the people, very small group, very high up, that pretty much make their own rules and don't necessarily answer to the president, and they have extreme security clearance beyond anything else. It was a very tight-knit small group. So for anybody that hasn't heard of Majestic 12 out there, that was like the cream of the crop. And they were hidden for a long time, but after 50 years, that shit's declassified, and then it was like, boom, here it is. And they're probably like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, for sure.
So
and there's a lot of it that was redacted on there, you know, so it's all blacked out for portions of it, but there's enough that's not blacked out to let you know what they're talking about and what's going on. But at this point, I mean, through all the FOIA stuff that's been coming out, I bet it's even less blacked out than it was when we went. I bet there's more stuff that's been released on that, which is great.
And then the black vault, or whatever. Yeah. I tried to read a bunch of that, and I was like, oh my god, like it was just like blacked out. I read a lot, and then I was like, all right, I see what you guys are doing here. Like, thanks a lot for giving us this valuable information. Where it's just like, it was like 5 words.
Yeah, just entire pages that are blacked out.
But yeah, maybe it'll be less than that at this point, because they're not trying to hide the fact that they acknowledge it anymore. At that point, you couldn't have it publicly or in any way that could have gotten to the public admitting that they're acknowledging that there are things out there that we do not understand. Mm-hmm. So now, today, official day, that they're like, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is awesome. I'm so excited to watch this entire thing. So you guys want to get down to it? Does anybody have anything else they want to say before we get started? Anybody have any
I don't think so.
Questions, comments, concerns? Chat,
you guys got questions? Anything you want to ask about or talk about before we get into it? Because we're going to get into it.
I'm so excited. It's going to be great.
I feel like our lights are really dark. I turned all our lights up, and we're real dark.
Agreed.
I don't know why we're so dark.
Personally, don't.
I guess our screen is dark. That definitely.
Okay. Well, we got the nice blue hue.
Oh yeah, we're all blue.
And then Plain Toast has got the warm hue, so the contrast is good. All right. Ooh, my mom's excited. Yeah, Mama.
Mom's ready.
Should we take a potty break? You know, I'm gonna get water. Yep. Take a potty break. I'm gonna grab.
Would you refill my water while you're getting water?
Heck yeah.
That'll be great.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I would say we'd make popcorn, but we'll just be crunching.
Yeah. Cool. We're gonna break in this new fancy couch with some alien talk. That'll be good. Yeah. Toast, did you wear an alien shirt? Are you?
I did not.
I'm
wearing an Amon Amarth t-shirt today.
Okay. We'll
I didn't
accept
think
it. But
I didn't think put something alien on. So.
Yeah. Okay. We'll roll with it.
Wearing something very, very metal.
Yeah, super metal. Yeah. Which I'm loving. And I did appreciate your Megadeth song choice last night after your stream.
I thought it was fitting.
Yeah. For any of you guys watching that are not already following Plain Toast, you should definitely be following Plain Toast. I'm going to put another link in here. Pretty sure all of you already are. Better be.
Old Hangar 18. Good song.
Old Hangar 18.
Well, I'm going to grab my little alien friend.
Yeah. That's true, Princess. He didn't wear an alien shirt, but he wore a top hat, and that is what's really the most important.
Always got the top hat. It's either the top hat or the Temple of Satan ball cap.
That's fair. Good choices. Very good choices. Okay.
And just so everybody knows, we have our dear friend Jema, who is here.
Yeah.
She's just off screen, so she will be watching with us from the sidelines. So if you hear.
I got my little alien crystal dude ready to go here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, sweet.
Your crystal skull.
Cool, huh?
Yeah. That's good.
Here's my alien friend that's going to hang out with us. I got gifted this while at a rave in the 90s. I was outside smoking, and somebody had a trash bag filled with alien stuffed animals, and they were throwing them to people. And I was like, what? They're like, you want one? It's like, yeah. And they gave me this one, and it was the only one that I saw with the hood. And I was like, that's the best one. And I have moved across the country many times, and I've made sure to bring this little guy with me. So he's old school at this point. He's probably, I don't know, 25 years old or something like that. So happy 25th birthday. Bleep blop or whatever.
Bleep blop. Good old bleep blop.
So yeah, so he's going to keep us company.
Okay. We're going to do a scene change. I'm going to pull this video up here. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Okay, we're going to pull this up first. Pull this up, and then we're
Hey, Steve! Welcome, Steve. You came at the perfect time, Steve.
Yeah.
We just did our little intro about all of the alien stuff that we're going to cover and disclosure.
Oh, we got
up until now.
Plain Toast in a box. We got a video on the screen.
Look at us go. We're so good. That only took us an hour and a half to figure out how to properly do this, but you know what? We did it.
Yeah,
that was great.
Because we've had people, we've had you on, we've had many people on for an interview, but we haven't done a video in the background while we had somebody in, and it was not as easy as we thought that it was going to be.
Yeah, we first talked about it, and I was like, that'll be super easy. We could totally do that. And then we started getting into it, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it was like 6 o'clock. Like, yeah, we should test it out. And then we were like, oh shit, we don't know how to do this at all. So we had to try a bunch of different things. So I'm feeling like this should work pretty good. I hope.
Yeah.
So yeah, plain toast on your end, just like we talked about before. Just make sure that the video's unmuted and it should be groovy. So we can keep going and just make it through the whole thing. Or if anybody has anything that if we need to stop for a moment and discuss, one of us will pause. Or if anybody in the chat is like, hold on, just type in exclamation pause, and we'll try to keep our eyes on the chat and pause that. And same for you, Plaintos, just be like, hold on, pause a second, and then we'll just cut it and then come back to it. But like I said when we were doing the intro, we might just get in the zone and watch the entire thing, and then we can discuss afterwards. So it's up to us how we feel in the moment. So it's going to be a lot of information coming at us.
Yeah, that's true.
It'll be good.
Okay.
I'm gonna create a button on my Stream Deck for just that very thing.
Awesome.
All right. Deal. Okay. I'm gonna zoom forward because this screen was on for a long time. I think it started around
like 10 minutes
about
or something.
10ish.
Yeah.
Let's go.
See if that works. There you go. Whoops.
Okay. It should come on
Wrong
shortly.
button.
Whoa, there's a speed
There
trap
we go.
drone you got, Buttery. Damn, that's fucked up.
Well, you gotta speak
Oh,
up
you
now.
came at the perfect time,
The
Sarah.
subcommittee hearing on unidentified
started.
anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time.
Can everyone
Additionally,
hear that
without
okay?
objection, the following members are waived onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing. Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Olis of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomena. I'd like to thank the brave military.
We got our pause number 1.
Pause.
Yeah, AOC.
AOC.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, wait, you're on mute.
I gotta unmute myself.
Yeah,
So
don't forget that.
not just AOC, but there was a big stink late last night. I found out about it as I signed off late last night. That the original people who had called for the investigation were not going to be chairing, which came as a bit of a shock. So neither Paulina Luna or I forget the guy's name because I can't pronounce it right. Was they were expecting to chair, and they were pushed aside by Mr. Grothman, which caused quite a stir last night because they figured that somebody was taking control of the whole thing.
Oh, no way,
So
really?
it was quite an upsetting thing, but I guess Grothman played nice. So that was a thing. That was a big thing, and people were still talking about it today. Why did they get pushed aside at the last minute, kind of thing?
Interesting.
Yeah.
An interesting thing for sure.
Okay.
Yes, Democrat Ocasio-Cortez, AOC.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Buttery didn't roll.
Speaking of names I can't pronounce.
Yeah, she's the U.S. Democratic representative. She was New York
Yeah.
government. I don't remember exactly what she was in New York, but now
She's the number one
leader.
most followed female Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that she actually streams on Twitch.
Well, she doesn't anymore. She used to quite a bit during COVID. She played a lot of Among Us and stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't seen her stream in a while. So
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she is very, very loved by the community, I would say, by people in the middle all the way to the very far left. People on the right, they don't love anything but their guns and babies, or whatever, and beer.
Yep.
But
and
she's very loved.
I don't think UFOs are in her ballpark either. It's kind of like whatever kind of thing to her. But she played nice. she played ball here, so that's very cool.
Yeah.
That's what I like about this, is that it's breaking down some fences.
Yeah.
Maybe
hopefully at least everybody's on the same page when it comes to one topic. If we could get all on the same page on one topic, I feel like we're doing good.
Honestly, if anything can bring us together at least a little bit in one way, it's this. Which I'm sure there's going to be some conspiracy theorists that are going to be like, oh, because they're trying to do the one currency and they're trying to get everybody on the same page so that way they can control all of us. It's like no matter what we do, damned if we do, damned if we don't, I swear to God.
Oh, for sure.
So it'll be funny to see what kind of things come out of it. But
yeah.
Okay. Let's
continue.
Pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they have engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect and what threats they pose.
We do as well. We should come to this hearing
of its kind where we'll attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we'll hear from people who have had personal...
Hold on. Hey, Toast, did you know you're controlling the video?
I just saw that. Sorry. I moved my...
it was like pause, unpause, unpause, and then it skipped forward.
I moved my dang video over, and then I lost the picture, and it was like, no, there's a play button here. I'll hit play, and it's like it's not coming back, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Honestly, I didn't know that you could control it from your end. I thought since we were sharing the screen, I thought I was the only one that was going to be in charge. But,
well, you'd think.
Yeah. Well,
you can't leave that kind of technology in my hands. I mean,
well, if it's watched together, then I guess everybody has say.
I guess so.
You're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Well, I can't see the video now. I can hear it, but I can't see it. So I'll listen to it on the side and then just watch it.
Well, did you want to take a second and find your screen? You can take a second and find it if you need to. Princess, actually, so unidentified aerial phenomena is what it used to be. I just learned that it's unidentified anomalous phenomena.
A large number of people we have here.
Which I think is actually kind of...
It makes way more sense.
Awesome, yeah, because it's submersible as well, added in.
Yeah.
So underwater or in the sky, so it's not just aerial. So anomalous, I think is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, Toast, it looks like whatever you're doing is pausing and restarting the video. It might be... Sometimes the space bar will start it and stop it. And it muted your mic again too, by the way. We learned earlier today that every time Toast changes his volume on the video, it mutes his microphone. So he has to remember to unmute that. There's...
Well, you know how it is. All right, well, fine. We'll just go with it.
You can always pop it up on your phone, too, and just kind of set your phone down so you can at least see the...
Can you launch it again? Can you launch the share again?
Yeah, we'll start again. We'll do this.
Who's calling you?
Heather from the gallery.
Sorry, y'all. I can't.
That's okay.
We'll figure it out. This is
a
learning process.
We're rocking and rolling. Yeah. All right, I won't touch anything anymore, I promise.
Okay. You say that now.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. We may be backed up a little bit.
Improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think
thank you.
The cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents, advanced space propulsion based on vacuum, space-time metric engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
Dadgummit.
Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time.
Yeah, it seems like he knows everybody.
Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into roadblocks from members, from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all.
Seriously.
We're just going to get to the facts.
That guy in Arizona.
We're going to uncover the cover-up.
Yeah.
And I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman? Was that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her.
Dadgummit, new drinking game.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them.
Shit.
And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many.
Paused. Yep.
Hell yeah.
It's that wording that she uses that makes me kind of cringe a little, makes me kind of go when she says, she goes on and on and on about the government not being transparent and giving stuff and the overclassification of documents. So indeed, this is great stuff. She's, we're working to unclog the drain about UFOs and stuff like that. But you see, if they can get, if they can work up some legislation to declassify documents, to get into how the government classifies documents and stuff like that, let's not forget that she's a Trump. She got Trump's pat in the back when she ran, when he was still president. And you still have him facing court time with all the documents that he had in his Mar-a-Lago, right? So you see how if she can work to change some legislation about unclassifying documents, that can be used to get him off the hook with his paperwork and also to go after other people in government. That's all I'm saying. I'm 100% here for the UFOs, but that wording alone has me thinking there's something else going on here.
Yeah.
Something else going on.
But, and she straight up said, like, at least half of Americans think that the government is doing a bad job about following up on these reports. It's like, nobody asked me. Did they ask you?
I wasn't included on
So I don't know how accurate these things are, but obviously they're doing a bad job about it. Either way about it.
Yeah.
Obviously, they need to declassify some things.
I'm 100% behind that, but I'm sure that they're going to be working on some kind of thing to declassify documents, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
To declassify it.
But I'm a lefty, so sorry.
I love Buttery is so funny. Aren't apes intelligent beings technically too, and dolphins? And I was like, yeah, but they're not building anti-gravity crafts. And he just said, oh. That was good. Yeah, that's kind of what we're going for. Yeah, there's anomalous shit that we didn't build.
Yeah.
And don't.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
Oh, don't be sorry. No,
sorry.
This pause thing is great because we need to be able to talk about little things like that in the moment, because that's not something at the end you're not going to think about that.
The way she said that makes me kind of go.
No, it's great to call these things out in situ. Yeah. And you've got control over there too, so you can pause if you have something to say. Feel free to pause.
Right on. Yeah. You shouldn't have told me that, but that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
I'll try to be good. I won't abuse it. I promise.
Right. I've got faith in you. I think you can do it.
All right.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
Time service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, We were even denied access to a classified briefing in a skiff prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means, not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country, and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today, and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. But because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress. And I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As a ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia.
Said,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis, because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world? But when it comes to UAPs, nothing. Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves.
Yeah.
I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Yeah. High five,
Thank you,
high
Mr.
five.
Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today.
TikTok number one.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record...
There's some of that freezing.
show that all the witnesses answer in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to...
I was going to say, through this whole thing, the video does pause and skip like that. It is kind of discerning, but it doesn't skip for very long. And I don't think we really miss anything too important, but there were a couple places where I really wish I was able to hear what the person said. But they did at one point ask if they can make the transcripts available. So all the transcripts will be out there from the people that were there in the room. But just so you know, it's not your video skipping, it's the actual stream that they put out there.
That's interesting. I wonder if that was accidental or if it was contrived.
Yeah, I don't know. But
it's
just
not Plain Toast's fault.
Yeah, it's not Plain Toast this time. Yeah. And it's not Buttery's stream. I know Buttery has to restart a lot because his audio will quit or whatever, but it's not Buttery's stream. It's not Plain Toast this time. Yeah, and we got TikTok number one. I asked in Plain Toast's stream last night, and I was like, I wonder how many people are going to say TikTok instead of Tic Tac. And so far we got one.
That's so
one
funny.
so far. So
That's
drinking
funny.
game. Every time you hear Dadgummit or TikTok, you got to drink.
Yeah. Okay, good. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it will turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses. It is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in
that froze on his opening statement.
Yeah.
the fight for a transparency experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems.
Yes.
I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty Air National Guard and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP task force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP task force from 2019 to 2021.
UAP task force from 2019. Is that when it started? 2019?
I served at the NRO, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP task force director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressman, Congresswoman. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look at the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees nose low where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute." You can calculate the speed. We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keene, who is present today, Rob Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it, not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay. What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There's a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
He's a good speaker. I like him.
Yeah, I want to pause right there because they're talking about the steps to reporting all of this, and wasn't that something that with the last congressional hearing they were specifically addressing, and they put steps in place that gave military personnel the proper channels to report? Like, that was one thing that they specifically mentioned that they were building and putting into place and had written up, and that was going into like essentially I don't know if it was the flight manual or like a book that they were all getting, that they all carried with them, but they're supposed to have all of this at their fingertips. But I think the most important thing here that he's saying is that everybody's worried that they're going to lose their jobs or that there's going to be repercussions to them reporting it.
That's the thing. It's sure, like, yes, they can report it now, but you know, it sounds like when he was in his position for over a decade, so that was before a lot of this. But even now, if they say sure, they, you know, the big guys are saying, well, yeah, you can report things, it doesn't mean that they're not going to still have repercussions against them. There could be some strong arming them from some of the old school people, from some of the older generation or whatever, that is just like, suck it up and keep moving on. Like, this is just what we don't talk about.
Yeah.
There might be reasons why they feel that they don't want.
Also, he said in their yearly...
Speak up, Gemma.
In their yearly physical, he said, like, that would, in my mind, mean, like, their mental health would come into question.
Yeah,
thought about
true.
that too, where they could just make them discreditable as far as their mental health and disregard it completely.
And then they have to worry about their career.
Certainly, if you're doing some kind of a personality test for, you know, diagnosing something.
Yeah, diagnosing anything.
They ask you about 50 frickin' times, like, do you believe in ghosts or aliens, etc., etc. I guess they're going to have to update that.
Yeah, that's probably true. They're going to have to update those questionnaires.
Interesting.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's and, you know, there's still journals and stuff like that, like you were saying, Sammy, that, you know, are like, nah, you know, not in my outfit, you know, not in my wing, you know, these are pilots, right? So it'll be, you know, wings and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, nope.
Which is strange because, you know, the old timers have probably seen more than anybody else doing this for so long.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But they've never talked about it, you know. But hopefully this is what this does, is it opens it up and allows those people to make it easier to report. And hopefully they do write some legislation that makes it even easier for them to report, that there'd be no reprimands, you know, hidden or otherwise. But it's always hard to control the, you know, the hidden reprimands kind of thing, the shadow bannings and stuff like that, right? So, I mean, there's been stuff in place since 2019 for airline pilots to come forward with what they see, and yet you don't hear a lot about what the airline pilots are saying.
Sure, because they're flying long distances all the time.
Yeah, and there's crap loads more airline pilots than there are fighter pilots.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what are they seeing, and what kind of things are being held over their head?
Yeah, exactly. And they're always at 30,000 feet where these aircraft kind of hang out. Most of the sightings are at 20 to below, where the fighters are more or less used tactically, because fighters are either low or they're high. They don't travel in the airspace with
they were seeing a lot of these were seeing from passengers. 40 and up, 40 and up into like low Earth orbit. So it sounds like they have different phases. You know, they'll come down and do their thing and then go up, or maybe there's certain ones that operate at higher levels and some are more ground level.
Exactly. And that's another reason why they can't talk about it, is because if they say, well, we were tracking it and you know, we went and caught it at 80,000 feet, you don't want the enemies to know that the F-22 can hit, you know, 60, 70,000 feet, right?
Sure. Good point.
That's true.
You know, so, or that the F-35s will stall out at 60 because they'll create a craft that can go 65. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to say that kind of thing, right? So
that's true.
That's something we have to, you know. So we'll hear about the intercepts going on below air traffic, and air traffic, like I was saying, is usually at 30,000 feet. They'll keep, you know, they report a lot of that stuff below, but anything higher, they'll just say, oh, well, it went to 40,000 feet and we lost it in radar kind of thing, because they can't report how high that they can actually go with those stuff. But you can be sure B-2s would see them, and B-2s are way up there, right? B-1 Lancers are way the hell up there. The B-52s still fly at that height. So, I'm sure those guys have seen something. It'll be interesting when a B-2 pilot comes forward and says, well, this is what we saw,
in
our
essentially
stealth
space.
craft. And these are just all, these like I was saying last night, these are all guys that were flying CF-18s, or, well, Canadian Forces F-18. You guys have the actual F-18s. These guys, all guys flying F-18s and Super Hornets. I'll be excited when, like I'm saying, somebody in a F-35 or F-22 comes forward and says, well, I was tracking this guy, and I had a hard time doing things, and but they won't let that guy say that. But the B-2 guys, the B-52 guys too, all the bomber aircraft that fly really, really, really high to get up and around, and then use the parabolic angles to come down on their bombing routes. Those are the guys I want to hear. What have they seen? What if shuttle pilots, what have they seen? Right. Totally. This is the stuff I want to hear too.
Well, I think this is setting the framework for all of those people to be able to come forward. We're probably going to get flooded in the next few years.
We can hope. We can hope.
I hope so. Okay.
Okay,
thank you.
Maybe a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in particular defense system.
Oh, okay, Mr. Framer, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Did your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
I'm just going to pause it there for a second, because that was something that was pretty blunt when they describing the maneuvers of the UFO, that they can go up to space, come down in an instant, move around, do what it wants, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, and we can't stop that, and probably go underwater as well. It's probably transmedium.
And actually, as soon as he said that, I kind of wanted to pause too and bring this up. The fact that there have been reports previously about sightings, like mass sightings over these military complexes where they have had all of their weapons shut down and their backup systems shut down, where they have come forward and said, we were like on high alert, we didn't know what the fuck this was, our fucking nukes were down, everything was down, and then even the backup systems did not work, and as soon as it was out of the airspace, everything resumed to normal. So it appears as if these beings who are operating this craft are fully aware of our aggressive nature and are like, shh, no. So want to talk about, we can't do anything about it? Not only can we not even be able to follow anything like that to do anything if our weapons did work, we would still have a challenge that I don't even know if we would be able to overcome. But if they shut our fucking weapon systems down, then we really have nothing. So I would like to think, I hope, that the weapon systems are being shut down because they're like, yo, we're not trying to come and cause a ruckus right now, and we need you to not be hostile. Nobody be hostile. But it could be taken in a different way if it is something that does have sinister intent and is hostile for whatever reason. That if they can shut our shit down, then we're like super fucked. So that did make me think of that when he's just like, there's nothing we can do about it. I'm like, wow, really?
I got into that a little bit last night when I talked about it at a moment where, one of the big sightings during the Cold War were UFOs, a lot of UFOs over missile silos and stuff like that, and shutting down the missile silos and stuff. And then I conjectured about how the last time there was a UFO rage and all these things were being seen so much was during World War II. So you had the Foo Fighters, you had the Battle of L.A., you had Roswell shortly after World War II, and then you had them shutting down, missile silos during the Cold War. And now that we're staring down the barrel at World War III, right? Potentially, all of a sudden we're seeing a new generation
like
of
more active
UFOs
around
and
war
UAPs.
times. Are you proposing that there might be something to do with them being more prominent when we get more
exactly
with each other?
And these are different UFOs. The ones that are being seen more often are the round balls. Everywhere.
And they talk about those actually.
Yeah, I suspect that there's something going on with that. Maybe it's not aliens. Maybe it's us coming back to stop us from doing something stupid.
I would not be surprised in any way about that either. That is a very good point as far as potential time travel things.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. It does seem to happen around nuclear threat scenarios. Whenever a nuclear threat gets heightened is when we start seeing more of them.
That's right.
And there's also, there's all the accounts of them coming in and shutting down weapon systems, but there's also the opposite account where World War III was almost started during the Cold War, where all of Russia's nuclear warheads were armed, and they weren't doing it. And they had to call us and say, it's not us, we're not the ones doing it. Like, please don't retaliate yet, give us a minute. And they had to actually call the states and let them know,
I didn't know about that.
we're not the ones turning it on. And they were trying to figure it out, but they shut down, or they turned on everything, and then they couldn't turn it off. None of their security measures were working, and they had no control over it. That's also terrifying.
That's also terrifying, yes. If they're like, all right, you guys, you're done. You guys haven't got your shit together fast enough. We're just going to fucking...
Perhaps Russians need a little bit more, maybe they need a little extra convincing sometimes.
Yeah, right.
Maybe so. No, that is actually spooky, man. That's a spooky thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not ghosts that are spooky.
Yeah, right.
That's spooky.
Yeah. I mean, all of the above. All of the above. Sometimes.
All right, I've said my piece.
Yep, deal.
That was good. That was a good pause. Good pause.
National security. There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the intelligence community inspector, Inspector General.
Come on. Twitch can stream, but our government
Well,
can't.
you claim that you
Unclassified manner, as you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs, but not sharing it with, intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the concerns for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue.
That's crazy. Everyone's seen it. It's just commonplace.
For naval aviator accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they're reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add to, and both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Grace, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that
I do agree with that. I think this is helpful.
Their government takes this top
counters. Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay, sir, Mr. Fravor?
I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay, just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, another question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, just briefly, just either describe or note that aircraft that we witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country. And that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Gresh, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
That's the big question there.
Yep.
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's zero airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. That's cute. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So thank you. Mr. Fravor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say.
Oh.
Oh.
Suspect.
Damn.
Suspect. Be careful what I say, because they'll shut me down.
Help provide somebody information, but it was very brutal and very unfortunate. Some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes.
Didn't even skip a beat.
Personally.
Wow.
Have you heard? Have anyone been murdered that you would think that you know of or have heard of? I guess.
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a if we could get in a confidential area, skiff, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the skiff, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Favor, you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do: range, velocity, aspect, and then it hit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay, I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene, New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations, are being conducted across the world. And that's from the All-Domain Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I'd seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Good for you, bud.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited? By different pilots?
Inside of a clear sphere?
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. That occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it still occurred.
Why don't we have photos?
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting. to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially, the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So.
Oh, interesting.
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena? Or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Yeah. I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay. On the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of AARO, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes. Him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over AARO in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of AARO.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very...
Before he gets into that, I just want to say he just literally said Boeing and called out Boeing. So they were contractors there during this, at the very least. Whether or not they're hiding craft or whatever, they're at least knowledgeable of the situation he's going in. I just thought that was interesting that he called Boeing out by name.
Right.
Also, Wood Nuts, hello, and thank you for that follow.
Yes,
we appreciate you coming in.
Tell me how he called out Boeing.
He just said Boeing. Yeah, I'll back up right after she asks her question, so we can start his story over again.
Okay.
But yeah, he just said that there were Boeing contractors that he was working with, or that were there during this event that he's about to go into.
Well, since we're Boeing headquarters over here, I wonder if that means that we have some things here in Washington.
Possibly.
Potentially.
I mean, some of the most famous sightings were around Rainier.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Fucking A.
So it wouldn't surprise me.
I think Lockheed Martin probably has something too.
Yeah, Lockheed, I definitely think Lockheed has it, and they've got Skunk Works. So Skunk Works is their R&D department. And then Raytheon has also been named. I think they're the big main three. Yeah.
Do you think it's interesting the DOJ approving him coming forward? I do.
Absolutely.
I do.
It's a big step.
That is very surprising. But maybe there's some reasons why they do actually want some of this to come out without them having to be the ones to come and say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about in chat before too, is like, what is, first of all, like, we have to think, is there something else that they're covering up by letting this come out, or what is their full-on agenda for letting this come out? Like, how are they going to use it? But either way about it, it is interesting that this is coming out now and that they're letting them talk about it.
And he did specify, this is just my personal opinions, it's not the opinions of the agency, so therefore I find it interesting because he is saying, yes, I saw this, yes, I saw that, which isn't really an opinion, it is an eyewitness account, but it's separated somehow where he's not speaking for the department.
Yeah.
It's a weird gray area there.
Definitely. Okay, I'm going to back up so we can see him start.
Okay.
For Mr. Graves, can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety? for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
I appear so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
I yield because I have to.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second.
I like this guy.
Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile at Zig Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows. Although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace department of programs. Yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs. So I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or waive bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean
self-fund.
Does that mean that there is money in the budget that is set to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of.
Misappropriation of funds. You don't say.
Yep.
Do you think
correct for something called IRAD?
Okay.
IRAD.
Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Thank you for the
do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay.
So yes.
Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
A lot of
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview.
What was that? What was that?
Sorry, I was just saying that there's going to be a lot of, because this is about where I came in this morning, and there'll be a lot of, well, I can't talk about that right now, but we could in a skiff kind of thing.
Yeah, he does mention that a few times coming up in the rest of this. They get deeper with their questions for sure. But like I was saying in the beginning, I feel like the questions that he denies talking about publicly, I feel like they're all around a very small set of information, whereas in the previous congressional hearing, it was just kind of all information. They were like, we can't talk about it. But I feel like his is very specific details that he's not talking about. Moskowitz and Sarah, I don't think he's a dick. I like this guy. I think he's getting straight to the point.
Yeah, I think he's very direct and eloquent with the way that he is asking his questions. Like, he knows what he wants to know, and he's going for it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Also, Wagner Santos, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, we're happy to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Arrow thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Arrow that I also interviewed, and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down.
She's just taking her opportunity to speak her piece, not to ask the questions that she's supposed to be
needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our...
And that's, what I was saying at the start of the thing is this is their other agenda, right? She's just being blunt about it. The other one is trying to be hide it a little bit more. But she's coming right out and saying, you know, we want more accountability from this government, right?
Yeah.
So,
and she specifically called out Biden administration's inability to blah blah blah. That was definitely a jab, whether or not it's true, but that was still not really relevant to the situation right now, and it is a jab. But like, we want more transparency, but do they really?
And she's comparing what we knew were spy balloons because they weren't flying that high, and we were able to have eyes on them. And anybody with a pair of 52 binoculars could go outside and see it in the sky if you were in its flight path. You know, compared to what these guys are talking about, like UFOs and, you know, like balls and Tic Tacs that can drop from 80,000 feet to 5,000 feet above the ocean, stay there for an hour, zip, do J turns, which is like hard kind of like turnarounds and stuff like that, and fly off instead of this like slow kind of balloon that's floating over. I mean, we know it was Chinese. We knew that they were testing things, you know, but they weren't doing anything else, you know. Like,
exactly.
it is what it is, right?
No, but it's so irrelevant that she chose to bring that. Like, you have X amount of minutes, and you're just going to sit there on a fucking soapbox when you have these people right there ready to answer any questions that you have. But, and like Princess said, she's from like a super duper red spot of North Carolina. So she's,
well, that's,
you know,
there you go.
Yeah,
right. That's
that explains
why she
everything.
mentioned her, you know, her National Guard having to send up the F-22s to shoot down the balloon, you know. Like,
yeah, she's using this whole thing to push her own agenda and is not even paying attention to what's being spoken about right now. And like, and luckily, if I remember correctly from watching it this morning, I don't think she speaks again through the whole thing. If she does, it's like once. But I think this is the only time that she speaks. And she used her time to talk about her own agenda, which has nothing to do with everything else, which is very non-political. Everything they're talking about is not politics. They're talking about national issues, and she's just using this for her own situations, and she needs to move along. But luckily, it's short and sweet, and we don't have to see her again.
Pesky aliens. Thank you for the follow. You have come at the right time.
Those pesky aliens are following us. Good.
I'd be quiet now.
Good deal.
This fucking lady. Let's finish with her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this to the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
In 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freyr's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, why NASA needed to be fully funded. And there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah. And I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah.
Pilot?
And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much. I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic. And we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
Like I've discussed publicly previously in 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just and we move like a glacier. As soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans will pull up. But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because since.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has.
And I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and say somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Ms. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle.
Oh, it froze at that time.
Frozen right there.
Memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Title 10.
I want to pause that right there because he's talking about people talk about the different levels of top secrecy that we have in our government, and depending on who you're talking to, they'll tell you that there's up to like 30 something, and like the president is at like number 8 or whatever of top secret. But really, like coming from him, top secret is top secret, and there's not above that. It all just kind of comes down to a need to know situation. So really the fact that froze up and we weren't able to hear anything from there, I really wanted to hear what he had to say, because that guy's asking a very important question. Like, if they have access, they have top secret security clearance, why are they being denied? How can they be denied? Like, what's running?
I know what I was saying before. I feel like what's considered top secret and what the programs are that we know about and how far that those roles can go, I don't think that's the top. I think it's a very small group of people that actually have the full story, and I think a lot of the other things are compartmentalized out. So it's top secret. I think there's the top. I think what they call top secret is not exactly like the top of the line.
That's what it seems like, but I mean, even Grush is saying that that's a misnomer. That's not true. So what that makes me think is that the top secret classification, like, that's the top of government classification. And this is why I think the corporations are actually the ones running things, and the stuff that's outside of government, they're probably the ones that are not allowing people to learn about this stuff. I think they're the ones who are denying access and just not telling anybody why.
Possibly.
But because if it's government, and it's all going to be, there's going to be documentation, there's going to be paperwork, the government runs in a very machinistic way, and I think that the only way that that'd be denied is if it was outside of government.
Possibly, but I also think Grush saying that it's a misnomer, that it's not necessarily like that. He doesn't have that clearance either, so you sometimes you don't know who the puppeteers truly are. Like, I used X-Files as an example earlier, where there's like the shadow government, there's like the feds, and there's all these people that think they know what the fuck's going on, and then there's the fucking smoking man, and Deep Throat and all these other people who actually knew what the fuck was going on. It was an extremely small, tight-knit group, people from different countries that actually had the full picture. And I know it's just X-Files, but I always thought that really touched on something very poignant, where it's like, okay, so I think that there are quite a few people that know, but they give only little bits of information out. And some people get more than others and know more than others, but I think it's very slim who gets the full picture, because those are the ones that can hold the control. If too many people know the whole thing, then they lose the control. So, and maybe it is the corporations, some of the heads of corporations are part of this very small elite group. I don't think it's just military or just government or just corporations. I think they're all in cahoots, and it's probably a world thing. There's like heads from different areas, the European heads and the Australian,
and I'm sure it's
whatever.
hidden in those little fake contractor companies off the side, where it's like they don't operate with the government, they don't have anything on paper or whatever, but I'm sure it's all hidden in black budget situations. But yeah, that's the only thing I can think is that it's outside of government classification. It's got to be something else. Because these people, like he was saying, they've got top secret access and they should be able to see it, and they're being denied. And that they just submit paperwork in to get access, and it just comes back denied, and they don't even know where it's coming from. I'm just like, who signed this paper? But
yeah, I think you're quite right there, Dusty. I think it's definitely, this is where the industry stuff comes in. Is, they're in charge, and don't forget they work very hard to make industry companies have the same rights as humans, right?
Oh yeah, all these corporations are humans. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Which is a whole other evil in itself.
Yeah. So they can be protected from all sorts of stuff, right? And the government can't really go after an individual for specific things. So there's layers of safety nets for them, and hiding, and this. But it'll shine a nasty light on some very nasty things, I think. Bright light on nasty things, I think, at some point. But
agreed.
Toast, can you expand on what Princess is talking about? Matt Getz. I don't know much about him. I don't know.
Oh, he's one of those far right guys. A little wacky-doo. Sorry.
Wacky-doo.
Try to keep my personal opinions out of things, but he's very far right, and he's an excellent lawyer. He's very good at what he does, which is why he, like she's saying, that he could, if things get a little crazy, he could discredit the committee. He's very good at that kind of a thing. He's very skilled. Like, for instance, at the start of the thing, Grush and Paulina Luna there were, I just love saying her name, were trapped at the base, and they gave a call to Matt, and Matt came and got them out of trouble. Okay. He dug them out of whatever hole we were in at that point. So, yeah, he's very, very cunning, very cunning.
Gotcha.
And he's learning the ropes. And if, maybe 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, when he starts looking at presidency.
Gotcha. He's got his fingers in some tricky situations. Okay.
Good to know to keep an eye on that.
Super intelligent and very hateful. I don't like him one bit. Not one bit. Nope.
Okay. Well, if you don't like him, I trust you.
That's
cool. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that.
I might be wrong. I don't know if that's what Princess Persnickety was getting to, but I think so. But yeah, other issues can be dug up and be used to discredit the committee and stuff like that. Gotcha. But he's on this committee to begin with, right? So what we got to remember is this wasn't a special committee just for UFOs, right? This is not like a special committee that they banged together to look into UFOs. This committee, which is why Ocasio is on there and stuff like that, is the oversight committee. So every department of government is supposed to report to these guys. So these guys, there's the oversight. They make sure that budgets are being spent correctly, and that there's reporting, right? So if you're the Parks and Recs, for whatever reason that came into my head, and you've overspent your budgets, these are the guys that, this is the committee that'll pull you into Congress and say, how did you end up overspending, and where did you hide this money? And we gave you $14 billion to put monkey bars everywhere. Where's the frickin' monkey bars? And you go, we put sandboxes in instead. And that's not what you were supposed to do, right? So that's kind of what this committee is for. So that's why when they went to look into, when the whistleblower came up and he says they're misappropriating funds over here and they're hiding this information as well. So they go over and they say, why are you hiding those funds? And they all, security, it's about UFOs, we got to hide stuff. And they're like, show us what you got. And there's no.
Well, that's good in a way that it's a more neutral group of people. It's not like these are all UFO enthusiasts that are just pushing for this thing. So, this is like the entire oversight committee, which consists of people like that fucking old bat, talking about Biden and Chinese balloons. Like it's not handpicked to push a narrative, and I like that.
It's a Republican-led thing because Republicans are in charge of the House, right? If before it used to be Democrats that were in charge because Democrats had the House, right? So whoever is in charge of the House gets to put the more members on. So I think it's like 4 to 5 or something like that. I don't quite know. I don't know everything about your guys' government. I am Canadian after all, but I do know that the committees are put together like that. So
yeah,
whoever's
Republican majority, but with this one, I'm glad to
right.
hear that it isn't necessarily political in the sense of like, oh, just the libs want us to pay attention to UAPs, so we're not talking about, you know, Biden or whatever, you know, like they're not trying to push that, which is really positive. So, you know what? Honestly,
what I'm
glad they're not flapping their gums. It's good.
Everybody except the old bat has been playing nice, even AOC, and I think Matt Getz says something, and he's sort of being nice too, but he's not going to show his cards. He's a poker player, right? The old lady was just itching to say her, you know.
She just wanted the soapbox and she knew she had 3 minutes for her fucking soapbox or whatever, and she like chose to use it. That was just a personal like old thing.
And you know, aliens aren't in the Bible, so you know.
For sure.
But Matt Getz is, I'm going to play along. He keeps his cards close, and he'll just, you know. That's what he did. So it is to worry about.
Yeah.
Princess is quite correct.
Yeah. Okay. And then to comment on pesky aliens, or actually, sorry, it's wood nuts. Do you guys think the world would be ready for disclosure? I'm on the fence. I think that we'll only be as ready as we can be at this point. I think that anybody that's paying attention to any degree knows that this is happening. So at this point, like, I'm just glad that they're admitting that there's things that are happening that they do not have the control over. As far as, you know, being in cahoots with actual beings and having that conversation, I think that it is good that things are being revealed slowly for the general population in order to not shock and scare people to that degree. I personally wish they would just rip the Band-Aid off and just come out with it, but I do understand that not everybody understands things the way that we all here are understanding it, and I think that we are ready. I think we need to know, and I think that if anything is going to bring us together as a species in any kind of way, I think it's this, and I think this hearing is a perfect sign of that, because you have Democrats and Republicans, and nobody is making this into a political thing. They're like, we all agree, even if we have all these different political views, we all agree in the fact that we want to know the truth, that we think that the government should let us know the truth about it. So maybe it'll help bring people together on some kind of degree. I just hope it's not used in a fear-mongering way unnecessarily in order to, like you were saying, you know, false flag operations, or to beef up the military budget, or to do some crazy shit, you know, as far as weapon advancement that could be disruptive to our planet or whatever, you know. So it could be taken in a sinister turn, yes, but at the same time, like, I think we do need to know, and legitimately, if there are threats, I think that we should at least know what they are right now. I mean, yes, I can't say that every single one of these visitations is from aliens, but I think a lot of them are. I think some of it is technology we have, but some of it's not. And if it's manned by all these different creatures from other places, like, we can't say that they're all going to have good intentions or peaceful intentions. I mean, you put 1,000 people in a room, some of them have great intentions, some of them are pieces of shit. So, you know, you just never know. There's no, like, yes, aliens are nice or aliens are mean, you know. There's a lot of different angles there. So are there threats? Probably. Are there threats that are directly related to humans being pieces of shit and trying to squash us and let us kind of know our role and tell us to calm the fuck down? I think so. And I think there should be. I think if they're highly evolved beings coming forth and they see how we're treating each other and treating our planet and talking about nuking the fucking planet, like, I wouldn't blame them for being in some way what would be considered threatening to us. So I think we're ready. I think we do need to know, personally.
I personally think that if the past few years have shown us anything, it's that people, they take information and they get scared and they freak out, and then they get over it real fast. It's yesterday's news real fast.
Okay.
I mean, look at lockdown, look at Trump, like all the MAGA stuff. All the MAGA stuff is the longest lasting thing I've seen in a long time, and it's still just kind of died away, and that's that group over there. But I think that we would take it and move along, and I don't think it's going to bring us together at all. People are never going to come together, but I think that, you know, maybe it'll help us agree on something. But I do think that it would turn into yesterday's news, and everybody would move along pretty fast.
Okay, so you guys want to hear my most wackadoo out there kind of grand theory of everything?
Yes, of course,
absolutely.
please.
Do you?
Yes,
I don't know.
absolutely, 100%.
Might be harming my reputation for being an occultist, straight shooter kind of thing. But anyway, okay, here's my wackadoo stuff, because I've been thinking about this, you know, with all this stuff that's going on this week and stuff. And what if, now here's the thing. So why disclosure and why disclosure now, right? And how are they going about it? Why is now the right time for disclosure? And what if, I'm always going to start this with what if, not this is what's going down.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
What if this? What if COVID was a dry run for the inevitable alien invasion?
Yeah.
So because there's still a lot of speculation, and I don't buy into it, but what if COVID was a man-made virus released first on the Chinese, because war with the Chinese is cooperation, because they have no qualms about testing it on their own people. So that's why you got the whole where it first broke out there in December of 2019. Was it 2018? 2018, December of 2018, the Wuhan thing. It gets out into that population, and it was a nightmare there. We don't know much about what went down, but we know that it was pretty bad. And then the virus gets out, and it affects us, and it affects us for 3 years. How did we deal with that situation, right? How did we deal with governments shutting everything down? Something never done before. Not even World War I, World War II, the Civil War, you name it. Nothing got shut down to the extent that COVID shut everything down. Right? And now we're seeing how long it's taking our economy to come back out of it.
Yeah.
So what if they have to shut everything down again because of the aliens? What if the aliens are coming? We know they're coming.
Yep.
And they're going to have to shut everything down to protect us in 2 years' time.
Will we still have Instacart at that time? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Well, that's the question.
I still get food delivered.
So they run that experiment. They see, and I think it's very dark and drastic to say that they released the virus on the population and so many people died. You know, and I apologize that, you know, if anybody lost somebody during COVID, it was a pretty heartless thing for me to conjecture about. But you know what I'm saying?
No, it's not heartless at all.
That's why it's
what
terrible.
What if that's really what went down?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at, okay, now they know how we reacted and how we bounced back. So now are we ready for disclosure? Because when it comes out, right, okay, that aliens are a thing and they're here and they're threatening us, and we have to put all our money into defending ourselves from them, right? And, you know, we're not going to be able to, you know, the economy's crashing, et cetera, things are going to get bleak, right? How are we going to react when things get bleak?
Yeah.
And I think now they have the data on that.
Yeah. The whole reason that this is as exciting as this whole hearing is for me, the reason that it scares me is because I do think that the government's going to use it. And I saw years ago there was I'm pretty sure it was an astronaut. He was either an astronaut or a military general that was essentially on his deathbed talking about the way the military complex is going to use false flags in the future. And way before 9/11, he said that the next big enemy was going to be terrorists. He said that it was going to be an invisible enemy, and it was essentially going to be terrorists, and we weren't going to know where they were coming from. We were going to battle them. And then 9/11 happened, and after terrorists, he said the next thing is going to be an alien invasion, and that's what they're going to lead to. Is there's going to be aliens that we're going to have to battle, and that's going to be the next big enemy. And that's always kind of stood out in my mind, especially whenever 9/11 happened. It's like, dude, like, that's kind of true. Like, we always have some big enemy we have to be ready for, you know, and whenever we can't see the enemy, well, then we really have to stand together, you know. And this all coming out now, as excited as I am that it's all coming out, because I do believe it's all real. I think that I do believe in UFOs. I do believe in aliens. I think we're being visited, but I do think that the military is going to use it in ways that are terrifying. And I'm not afraid of aliens. I'm afraid of us, and I'm afraid of what the governments of the world are going to do with it.
Yep.
And yeah, COVID could definitely have just been a test. I would not be shocked at that.
Oh my God, can I one-up Toast wackadoodle thing and go even more wackadoodle with it just for shits and giggles?
Please.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's make Toast the normal one.
Okay, so I know I'm referencing X-Files because I genuinely feel like there is some kind of truth within that story. But in the movie, the Fight the Future movie, there was the black oil that was using to infiltrate the population and turn people into hybrids. This is my big what if. What if the aliens were working with the humans to create the COVID strain to infect the population, therefore somehow manipulating our DNA or manipulating us in some kind of way, because now almost every single person on the planet has actually got COVID. Most people have had it at some point. So what if there's some kind of alien strain that is now in all of us?
They're altering our DNA.
And then what if that's their way of repopulating the fucking planet?
Well,
boom, take that shit.
Let's go even a little further.
Oh man.
What if global warming is just terraforming for the aliens?
Oh, we need a warmer planet for the aliens.
Because we know that the industrial military complex industry is oil.
Yeah.
And big oil has had a chokehold on the economy, and any time that people try to go green or force green and stuff like that, it's always a big kerfuffle when the oil companies and everybody, it all comes down with you, right? So what if shifting the climate 2 degrees makes it far more hospitable to an alien?
Aliens love hurricanes. They want more hurricanes, and yeah.
Well, certainly one of the species is reptilian, right? And the old joke about reptilians being one of the species visiting us.
They like it warm.
Yeah. Oh, they're taking Florida. The reptilians are taking Florida so fast.
I have no idea any of this shit, but it's really interesting to speculate. It really is.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. That just came to me as you were telling me your theory. I was like, well, fuck. If you were going to try to infiltrate the population with something, I mean, shit, that's kind of the way to do it with the fucking,
big time
oil. No, and even in the X-Files movie, the whole thing was they had the shadow government that was allowing this invasion. They were working together in cahoots and were basically sacrificing certain people so that they would be able to stay alive and kind of still have control over the planet, but allowing the aliens to come in and then basically populate the planet in that kind of way. And I know it's a show, it sounds sci-fi, it sounds totally out of the realm of possibility, but since I've always been such a big X-Files fan and love that movie, seen the movie like 100 fucking times, like it's something that's always stuck with me. And this is, movie came out 20 something years ago, and it's always stuck with me, where like I would not be surprised if there was some kind of deals made with the higher ups to allow certain research or whatever. A lot of the abduction stories, honestly, I think it very well could just be shit that's just happening. They're just doing the thing, but I also think there could be some kind of deal like, all right, you're allowed to experiment on these certain people, do whatever you want, but we want technology.
We want tech.
Yeah. So maybe there's some kind of deals where there's sacrifices being made, and what does that mean for the future? I don't know. Maybe the people that are in control of this planet are like, listen, don't do a full-blown invasion. Let's work together in some kind of way that you can infiltrate and do it in a more sneaky way without actually fucking with all of our money and our profits and the control that we have. So who the fuck knows? I mean, nobody knows. I'm just kind of flying by the seat of my pants, but it is something that I have thought about for a long time. I would not be surprised in any way, especially when the Canadian Minister of Defense came out and said, oh yeah, we've been in cahoots. We've been talking with them, and we have deals. I was like, well, there it fucking is right there. Forever I've been thinking that that's probably how it goes. And then the fucking, one of the heads of Canada, the entire country, was like, yes, this is what we're doing and this is what's happening. And I was like, fucking A. So I think there's gotta be, I can't say gotta be, but, you know, if things are in this, actually happening like this, then there's gotta be deals, handshakes to some degree made. That are mutually beneficial.
What if there's, you know, so we're saying that there's different races of aliens, right, that are all converging on Earth right now. What if there's reptilians on the one side and grays on the others, and the tall, the good ones there, the ones that abducted Benny and Barney Hill.
Yeah.
Sure.
The good ones that here's the universe, and this is the stuff that we're going to come back and teach you about in the next number of years. What if they're all just competing against each other, and somehow we're in the middle of it all?
You're
that's
right.
Exactly what I've wondered. Right. Like I've wondered, like with all of the countries having their own UFO sightings and their all the stuff that they're hiding. I've often wondered if the politics that we have here on Earth are not coming from an outside force. Like maybe the different countries that are battling each other have different aliens they're working with. We could just be, you know, as above, so below situation. We could totally just be a lower level of what's going on the higher ups, and we're all just teamed up with different aliens. And you think about when you look at it like with the biblical stories. Like you've got God, and then you have Lucifer, who was the fallen angel who was trying to share all this information. Well, technically, God would be an alien, and God was wanting everybody to do as he pleased. You know, don't eat from the tree of life, and just, you know, do what I tell you to do. And Lucifer comes down and basically tells everyone, hey, you can have these powers too. You can do all these things as well. Well, are those not two aliens? And one of them is saying, don't do anything except what I tell you, and one of them is like, you don't have to do that, you don't have to be a slave. That seems like two alien races battling it out with humanity as the freaking, like, the weapon, basically. Like it all kind of seems like there are alien races using humans to do their own bidding, and they're just trying to do the same thing that we think we're trying to do. It's just coming from above.
It's all mind control.
Yeah.
It's all mind control. That's why MK Ultra and you know, the Majestic 12 and MK Ultra were involved. We're tied together because it was studying mind control.
Yeah.
God damn,
way back then.
Shit, right now this is good.
So maybe
Dutch Oven, the
you know,
Pleiadians, yes.
that's it.
Yeah.
Princess Persicity figured it out. That's what's behind the. Hey,
Trump is the head of the bad aliens. Oh man.
And look at maybe you know, Putin, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Putin, he's an alien too.
Chunking along, making Russia, you know, great again, and all of a sudden he said, "Hey, you know what? We're going to go after Ukraine."
Yeah.
The fuck, you know?
Yeah. Why?
And then it's like at some point maybe there's some kind of shit that goes down, and they get visited and they get taken over by something.
So what if the puppeteer
You know what I'm saying?
isn't the head of government after all? What if it is higher than that?
Yeah.
So the puppeteer is from beyond manipulating the governments, and here we are thinking it's the governments and everybody's fighting against each other, and what if it's way more deep and sinister than that? I mean, who the fuck knows?
It could go super deep, or it could be none of this at all, and it could just be humans.
None of it at all. We're just shooting shit.
Yeah.
Yep. I love it. I love speculating, though. I think it's really awesome just to toss around ideas and see.
Absolutely.
Brainstorming.
That's what's fun.
Yeah.
People don't think we were 100% serious about 70% of this.
No, but it is actually really good to just, while we're having this conversation, okay, well, if that's the case, what if this, nobody knows. We're definitely not trying to convince anybody of anything. That is against my entire being, is to try to convince people of things like that.
Absolutely.
We just love sharing opinions and mysteries. We're inspired by mystery.
It's all mystery. This is the most mysterious shit ever. That's what it's all about.
It's what I keep saying on my show. Is when I do the ghost stories and stuff like that. It's we can't. We look at a piece of footage from YouTube or something like that, or TikTok, and it's. I can't say that's a ghost or not a ghost. Probably it's a ghost, but you can't say because you don't know how the video was made. Yes. You don't have any. It's out of context. Yes. But the idea is just to sit back and chill and let your mind, do the work for you. Are you going to get creeped out or not? Kind of thing like that. Yeah. That's what it's all about. And this stuff is creeping me the fuck out.
Yeah.
Totally.
It is.
Yeah. Luckily,
It really is when you start thinking of all the. I'd rather sit in the corner here and talk to a couple demons.
Luckily, I'm a doomsdayer, and I feel like I'm just here on this planet to watch the end of the world. So I'm just here to watch, and I'm like, bring it. I think it's so funny right now about how many apocalypses are cusping right now. There is so many apocalypses that could happen right now. We could have nuclear, we could have aliens, we could have an asteroid, we could disease. There's so many apocalypses.
Burning to death. The whole planet's burning. Yeah.
They could all happen right now. We're gonna have every apocalypse at one time, and I'm so excited for it.
And that's something else I didn't say last night, but I'm thinking about more and more. There, that chick, with the I stand for God, country, and whatever else. There, the Paulina Luna. There.
The Luna lady.
Yeah. There was a whole, especially this kind of thing came out during Bush's reign, when the Bushes were in charge, especially the younger Bush there, about how there was that's when we started seeing the rise of the religious right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he was religious, but he wasn't completely, right, like Trump kind of stuff there, Although Trump, I think, is just barking up whatever tree was going to give him the power that he was looking for.
Yeah, he's hopping on any tree.
He doesn't believe any of that fucking shit that he spouts.
No, he's just a master scam artist.
But the nutty blue lady over here there, and Matt Getz, these are the ones we have to worry about, and the chick here, and the Lauren Bobbitts and stuff like that there. Okay?
Yeah, but the baddie lady, she's 8 million years old. We don't have to worry about her.
But these are the people that want to see the fucking end of days. You understand?
Yeah.
These are the people that want Judgment Day to happen now, and they're going to push the buttons they can to have Judgment Day open. That's why they're not opposed to stoking the fires over in the Ukraine. Yeah. They're not totally opposed to arming them to the teeth.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, NATO or not.
Yeah.
The only thing they're not doing is letting them fly planes, and that's gonna change in the next few months. So, what if they're pushing disclosure? You know what I'm saying? If disclosure was to happen, and say we as a population aren't ready for it yet, say, well, let's do it in another 20 years, right? The builder group, the weirdo millionaires there that hang around with the great stone owl there. I forget what they're called. They're Oprah. And, they sit around the campfire and they say, "Well, I don't think the people are ready for the aliens yet." Let's try a little COVID on them and see what happens. And the results come back, and while they're toasting their s'mores, they go, "Nah, I don't think the people are ready for the big deal yet." Right? Let's keep them busy with some Barbie movies and shit for a while and see what happens. And then the right comes along and says, you know what? Fucking fuck it. Let's push disclosure, because that's really going to fucking get people crazy and get them to go to God.
Yeah.
We're going to get these heathens to get back to God because they're going to be fucking scared of the aliens.
Yeah. Let's kill Sinead O'Connor. That'll do it.
Well... let's get them worried about about shit and coming to God because War of the Worlds, when that radio show went down, right? What did people do?
People lost their minds.
Fucking committed suicide, mass
They
suicide.
fucking went nuts. But a lot of them gathered in the church. They all ran to fucking God.
Where else are you gonna go?
Now, different times, obviously, 1930s, people were a little more religious than they are now.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, right? I'd like to see what fucking Joel Osteen thinks of this shit. Any of the mega preachers, what are their takes on the aliens? Now, we know the Pope is like, well, you know, aliens exist, but they're still children of God.
The Pope is ready to baptize all the aliens.
But I want to see what them fucking crazy motherfuckers are saying.
Yeah, me too.
The real fucking nut jobs. You know what I'm talking about? The ones that scream and dance around like idiots. There's that one chick that's really fucking got a big church and really is fucking spooky with her stuff. Right? And I forget what her name is. So what are these people up to? What do they think about all this fucking shit?
Point.
I'd like to get their take, because that'll be telling as to what the population would do if it really comes out.
They're just gonna
if it really comes out
brainwash their
tomorrow,
followers.
right?
Yeah, that's
a good thought.
First things first, get yourself to fucking Costco and buy yourself some toilet paper.
Where's the toilet paper? We need all the toilet paper.
Oh my god.
We need more toilet paper.
Speaking of first things
the aliens are coming. Get toilet paper.
First things first, we should finish this.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
Whole thing. Oh, that's all right. It wasn't you. It was all of us.
That was a great side rant. I loved it. I loved it.
Side rant. Go ahead.
Side rant.
I don't even remember where we were. We're just gonna go.
Okay. Do it.
And Title 50 authorization, as they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of.
Oh, come on.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and outs.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I
got
can
you.
go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year.
Dadgum.
They lose over $1 billion a year, we think. And I was told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but seems like it doesn't work the other way.
If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So please, right corporations.
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Yes. Oh, he just hangs his head. He's like, fuck. Silence. Has there been a disinformation again? Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
I'm glad you're here. I love you.
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview, and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities?
Good question.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor themselves were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak, they're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, etc., they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
Where is this going?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review Process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, ISI.
Thank you. I apologize. My time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly where Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Good
Mr.
job,
Biggs.
AOC.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here.
Direct nature shit. Good thought out questions.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, having said that,
I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where.
Awesome. I'm so glad they're talking about Phoenix. Fucking great. Somebody needs to talk about Phoenix.
We won't be able to hear it, but.
There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me if
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in closed environment. Yeah.
That would be good. Thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform, and it's a pain in the, we'll just say, butt to get that data off. So,
great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two, being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the.
You got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified to TSSCI. My question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DoD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived down the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that they're has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because you don't, I tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system, and the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
I'll to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force.
Yeah.
And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's pretty crazy right there, what he's talking
about. Yep. Yes, it is.
That it might be interdimensional.
Yes.
Yeah, the fact
which wouldn't explain the
up.
physical UAP, which is why I'm saying that there's got to be there's something going on where it's not just, one little green guy.
Yeah.
It's not Gazoo there. It's frickin' they're showing my age. Gazoo, the great Gazoo from the Flintstones. Anyway.
Yeah. Totally. With his little helmet and his little thing.
Yeah, all the Gen Zs listening here going, the what? The who? Anyway.
I don't know if we have any of those.
So we're talking about physical UAPs, right? Mm-hmm. That contain, as they'll get into later on, actual aliens, but also interdimensional. That there could be the theory, the framework is there for interdimensional beings, and those are the ones that I would say, if it's a future us, that they're the ones visiting us.
Sure, could be a future us, or it could be other things from other places, or it could be both, all of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if they sent? Last night I was conjecturing that the big asteroid there, the Umama thing, showed up.
Oumuamua.
And now all of a sudden we're seeing these little silver balls everywhere. What if that's the ship that they sent back through time to deliver their probes that they can probe with But
well, to be fair, there was a lot of the orbs way before that even popped up. But I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. You never know.
Crazy stuff.
You never fucking know. Stuff. But yeah, that was really interesting. And him being having a physics degree, and him specifically call out holographic universe, and to take some of his time to actually try to explain that super fast to make a point, that says something to me. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's proven that that's what is happening, but the fact that he, took the time to explain that says that there might be something to that.
Yeah, there's something to that for sure. He's saying as much as he can.
Yes.
I also like the idea that this guy who thinks that the closest star system is billions of light years away. Grush just threw out some super physics science stuff at him just to be like, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think that was totally a dig where he's like, oh, we're going holographic universe, let's talk about it. And this guy's like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, like when he said, I mean, he's like, that just seems far-fetched. Like, you don't even understand what, like, spatially in any kind of way. And, maybe he just misspoke. But honestly, the way that he was explaining that, I don't think he has an understanding, which it's okay. You're a guy in the government doing government-y things that you don't necessarily, you're not expected to be a fucking scientist or to pay attention to astrophysics or anything like that. But then don't fucking talk about it.
Yeah. No, it's something. Fuck, it's something.
It's something.
Agreed.
Yeah. There's your Matt Getz there.
Oh, that's Getz. Okay, gotcha.
He's always calculating. Always calculate.
He's like,
oh yeah, he's thinking about some things. We'll hear from him shortly.
Okay, all right, let's get back to it. That was good though.
Occam's razor is that these aircraft have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of. So,
would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes and because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, and but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware. It has not happened that you're aware of.
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb, again, like I said, not of any human capability that I had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side. You can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it. And the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system. And that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people. And that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Yeah.
Ms. Mays?
I agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
Like previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
Wow. So like 95% basically don't
report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came
from Congress and subverted our oversight authority.
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
So yes.
Okay, I can't ask.
Was it? Did you get contact with
aliens? She was asking if we were in contact.
When do you think this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to. That.
Yeah, back that up, just.
Yeah, so it was kind of skipping, but he just said that some of these crashes had biologics on them.
Okay, I can't ask.
It sucks, it skips.
When do you think this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super. Thank you. And I yield back.
Okay. Now we have Mr. Langworth is here. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So
really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we've all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups. So we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them. And this was the first day. And unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day. Light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a tic-tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he's rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would have just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
Yeah.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac? I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists who have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here.
And the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment. Yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes. Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially. I'd say definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
No, you
Absolutely
said
not.
that.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry,
I think I'm the last member to go.
That was actually interesting. He was asking if the Department of Energy had any interest in UAPs and if they were tracking UAPs.
Okay. And he said that's not something that he can talk about.
Not something he can talk about
which means,
in a public setting.
Yes.
Which makes me think probably so.
Oh yeah, why would he not just be like, I don't know?
Yeah.
Saying I could talk about it in a private setting is an indirect yes.
Yeah.
So, Department of Energy. Huh.
Yeah, it feels like an indirect yes. But even if it's not an indirect yes, and it's not just a straight up I don't know or a no, but it's even if they, are just curious in some way, and he's not allowed to talk about it, it might just be something where he's not allowed to talk about them in general for some reason. But yeah, that's interesting that he can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities. So, Chairman, to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
I liked him just asking yes or no
Thank
questions
you, Mr.
to
Chairman.
all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you can imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title 10 equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So we are
we're gonna do
reverse
something a little bit out of the
engineering
ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Miss Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush.
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
You're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to, message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, that you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line? What's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my JOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
Any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context?
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near a near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically, but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the plane was hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate the safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Good job.
Mr. Grush.
Purely a sense of duty. I first swore an oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of uniform.
Commander.
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. So God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division. So,
hoorah!
Yes, sir. He was old school. Him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu. So thank you, brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. very mediocre to say the least, but go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just wanted to say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together. And I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times. I know not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and making sure that you follow science as we try to get as most information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this.
Good.
Sure.
Yes.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but without them, this thing would not have come off like it did. So I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
All right.
All right.
Oh, fucking right, man. Wow.
Yep.
That
was some.
good.
That is something for sure.
I'm really proud of these people for being brave enough to stand up there and say these things right now and put their lives at risk.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I'm excited about the next steps and where it's going to go from here. I really do think that they're going to go, you know, like we were talking before, I think they're going to go for the people who are in charge of this stuff and the people who are, you know, that have the craft, whether it's corporate or government. I think they're going for the people who know the answers, and they're going to bring them up, you know, to the stand and have them on the next hearing. Hi, Link.
Hey, Link.
Hello. You came in right when we ended.
Yeah, we just watched the entire thing.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm glad you watched it earlier, so you are familiar with our banter that we're going to have right now. Wow.
Yeah, it was really interesting. A lot of stuff. Well, you know, that's been out there, and then some more or less confirmation of things like they've got aliens, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember in the 90s there was that alien video that came out about the grave that they found at Roswell, and it was a video that had come out, the alien autopsy.
Yeah.
Alien autopsy. For sure.
You know, obviously it was staged, but you know, maybe there's something there too. You know, maybe we'll finally get to the details, because he said it was an earlier thing that the biology, you know, I think they've got modern ones, and I think what he was referencing was the Roswell thing.
I think it's almost positive that there was bodies recovered from Roswell. I think that was probably the beginning of, in modern times, of us actually recovering these crafts. I mean, think about it. 47. Think about all of the technology that's come since 1947. I would bet that a lot of the reverse engineering started way back then, and that's why we have the technology that we even have right now.
Oh yeah.
Well, he said that he knew people when he was talking about the biologics that had been recovered. He said that he knew those people personally, and that they were still working on those projects. So that tells me that that's today. Like, those projects are still going, and they have biologics right now. Like, that's not Roswell. That's not old school stuff. That's ongoing, and those projects haven't been canceled yet. You know, so I mean, that right there says that we've gotten, if not new bodies, we have recent bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the
biologics.
torch has been passed since Roswell times.
Yeah.
Where they probably indoctrinated certain people that seemed like they were worthy of the cause or whatever. And I'm sure it's just another one and another one. There's probably some big fat file somewhere that's like all of the bodies that have been recovered. Here's all the information.
Probably.
There's probably scientists that have been working on them, biologists and everything forever. There's probably a lot of documentation.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there's still
a lot
studies.
there's a lot of Scullies in there, you know, kind of
Big time.
it out.
Yeah, and then just to flat out say that we are reverse engineering technologies and that we have craft like that's huge in itself. Like, just to be like, yeah, we do, and I know the people and the companies that have it. Like,
I mean, the fact that we're sitting here talking on a computer box right now, you know, on a video screen, being able to see each other from a different country and speaking like this, like, I'm not gonna think that we came up with that on our own, considering how vastly advanced these technologies were. I mean, to think about 100 years ago, 1923, what were we doing in 1923? You know,
Well,
not this. Huh.
Yeah.
There was radio.
There
more
was
or less.
radio, but not definitely not not this level.
Yeah, not
we,
this.
We can't
no.
pick up our cell phone and go and change the lights to a color that we want or whatever, and that seems just like so simple, but it's I don't think it really is that simple. I think it's all symptoms of this reverse engineered technology.
Yeah, I do think that we've gotten certain things. Like I've always heard, they always say microchips, and then I always hear fiber optics. Fiber optics is the one where I'm like, that could be, because we weren't working with light, we were working with waves. We were working with radio waves, we were working with the ionosphere and like these frequencies, but light's a different thing. And that one I'm like, that could have been alien for sure. But who knows? I mean, we are clever. Like, if there's anything the human species is known for, we're very clever. We're too clever for our own good a lot of times. But, and I'd like to say, so Link was saying that the BBC World Service was reporting about this every hour today. That's awesome, because I was just saying to Natara, like, there's hardly any news agencies that are picking this up and running it. Like,
not here in America. They kept it very, very quiet. Nobody talked about it more. News Nation did. News Nation has been covering this for forever. I bet you ABC in Australia has been covering this because they're big on UFO reporting. A lot of the stuff I get is from ABC Australia. So I'm sure they were talking about it. And I have heard, I've read, I think it was on Reddit somewhere anyway, but there is international scientists, like there was a scientist from another country saying, like, how come, who gets to decide that America gets to keep all the information?
Yes, that's not.
This is the kind of stuff that should be shared with all allies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I remember a bunch of years ago, maybe like I don't know exactly, maybe 5-7 years ago, Australia, New Zealand, a bunch of other countries said, okay, well, we have all of this reported information, but we don't have the resources to go through it and to basically like cross-reference everything. So we're just going to make everything public, and then everybody that wants to go through it, you can go through it if you want to. So I thought that was definitely like a part of disclosure that happened. We were like, that's awesome that other countries are coming forth. And I remember us saying at that time, we're like, well, the United States is going to have to jump on board at some point if all these other countries are coming out and releasing these things. They're going to have to figure out a way to come forward, because if they keep denying it, they're going to have, pie on their face or whatever, as they say. So here we are today having this conversation. So I wonder, the UFO committee that was put together, all the scientists that were given data from our government and said, hey, you can sift through everything, are they also looking at Australia, New Zealand, and elsewhere, or are there other organizations that are trying to look at all of it? Because, I mean, you could be able to understand the speeds. Let's say, okay, there's a sighting in New York City at 3 p.m., and then at 4 p.m. there was a sighting in, Australia or whatever. And then therefore you could know exactly there's this sighting, this is how long it took. Boom, there you go. You have the information on that. So I'm wondering who, if anybody, is taking all the information that the other countries has released and trying to cross-reference it. If that's a thing.
I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of data to go through, and just the data that we have in our country alone is extremely time-consuming. So I'm sure that they're at least knowledgeable about it, but whether or not they're sitting down and doing all that cross-referencing, like, I mean, it's not a very big crew that they've got working on it, so that would be giant. So
I would hope there would be another crew,
I would hope
or multiple crews or whatever, that have some kind of like universal database where everything can be put in, and then even to use AI to be able to kind of draw a picture of all of these things, or like, okay, well, in this area we're seeing a lot of these cubes, but in this area we're seeing a lot of the saucer shapes or whatever, you know. So like maybe there's certain things that are more partial to different areas. Maybe there's dispatched regions or something like that.
I don't think there's committees for it. I think that's what the private ufologists are for. That's what the UFO community is doing. Like, that's why everybody's doing it on their own. because I don't think anybody is looking at that.
We need.
If they are, it's very compartmentalized.
We need people. We need people to, even if it's crowdsourced or whatever, where it's like, okay, who is willing to invest their time as a like private contractor or a volunteer or something like that to volunteer their time to be a part of this. I think that would be.
And I mean,
wonderful.
they are. I mean, like look at Contact in the Desert and everybody that's going out to that. Like that's what those those boards are doing. Everybody on those boards, like they're all the ones looking at it, and they all know each other and talk to each other. I mean, with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp sitting there right behind Dave Grush, like they're the ones talking about it and doing all of this on the back end, you know. And the reason that we know about it from all these podcasts and everything is because of people like them. And
well, we need like a lot of people.
We need a lot of people.
Have you read their what they submitted? I haven't read what they submitted yet, but it's
no, I didn't.
If you go to the Black Vault, you can find it. You can find it there. What Corbell and Greer have submitted as addition. They mentioned it briefly in the questioning that they had submitted some text, and it's there, and it's pretty fascinating.
Okay. Yeah, no, he ran through, but he didn't like read it or anything. It was just like it's been submitted, like it's on record. I'm like, okay.
Because it's long.
And then, okay. They had a lot to say, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, we need more. I guess what we're seeing now is if there's a bunch of money going missing and a bunch of money is going into this anyway, then maybe this will inspire people to allot certain amounts of money for more of a research team, especially if they're going to make reporting easier and more enticing. Then there's going to be a lot more reports going in, and we already have a lot of old shit too. So I think they need to take some of this budget and to put together a full-blown team that their job is to just sit there and sift through this stuff and document it and somehow, I don't know, but make it more organized rather than like homie talking about like, yeah, I don't know, they just took this whole entire sighting and just probably just went into a file somewhere and sat there for 15 years.
Yeah.
Like that's not appropriate. We can't be doing that anymore. And what else is just sitting there? How many people saw things like that just got like swept under the rug? So I think it would behoove them to use their budget properly.
Yeah, and budget's an important thing. I mean, if aliens don't motivate our government, money will. So if there's missing money and we've got, you know, we can't account for billions of dollars out there, there's entities out there that want to know where that money's going, and that's the one thing that our government will motivate around. I mean, even just look at Al Capone. Like, we couldn't get him on any kind of crimes, but we got him on tax evasion. Like, money's motivating when it comes to the states.
Yeah. But people are also weird about spending money on things that they don't see as a benefit. Like, I remember hearing a bunch of people bitching about Mars and the missions to the moon and about the James Webb Space Telescope. Oh my God, there were so many fucking assholes. I was so excited when the James Webb came out, and I was reading a bunch of these comments on live videos and social media, whatever, and people were like, whatever, there's starving children in the world, and like, why are we spending money on this? Like, this is wasteful. Like, what good is this doing us? You know, like, it's not actually providing us with anything. And I'm like, oh my God, like, I get it. Yes, there are starving children, and that fucking sucks. And I don't think that there should be with all the money that we have in the world. But we can't say that it's not providing a benefit. For us to be able to understand our place in the universe, I feel is the most important thing personally. And I guess people that are just sitting around watching fucking Kardashians and shit and not even paying attention to these kind of things, if they're way more surface in general, then I can see them not finding a benefit in it. But they find a benefit in having a fucking fancy Tesla or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
But with money, it's tough because there's going to be a, like, resistance from the other side that says it's not worth it. This is not worth it. What's the point of us paying teams to look into it or whatever? So
there's always going to be a resistance for anything and everything. That's why I don't think that, you know, if there was some UFO that landed on the White House lawn and like aliens came in, I don't think that it's going to get humanity to all of a sudden work together and everybody be on the same page. Like, we're never going to do that. We're never going to agree. Like, it's yeah, we're just gonna have to battle that forever.
But at least this is one subject where both sides are expressing mutual interest and acknowledging that it's something that we do need to pay more attention to, at least for the most part. And that was cool. I don't think we're gonna sing Kumbaya and save the fucking world and there's gonna be a fucking fancy planet and everything's gonna be great. But I do feel a little heartwarmed after watching that to see that nobody was trying to make it seem like it was one side or the other specifically doing this for any kind of politically motivated reasons. So.
Oh, good night, Mindy. Cool. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Good
Thanks for
night,
staying up late with us.
I know. I'm so glad that you were here. I hope that you enjoyed the whole experience and all the discussion and everything. So,
yeah,
glad you're here.
I just sent you a link to the Black Vault document.
Oh, awesome.
Sweet.
Cool, thank you. I'll pull it up and save it. I'm gonna.
And then you can put the link in the chat too. Yeah, this is really, really cool. I'm really glad that this is finally happening. But there was only so long that you can just be like, you know, like you can't get away with that forever without looking like a big lying asshole.
Yeah.
I actually had taken a different point of view on that. I'm all for the telescopes and stuff like that, but I do think that going back to the moon, just to say that we're beating China and India to it is a little rough. And Mars, I don't know. I think there's more things that we have to take care of first before we start going back, kind of thing. I think it's more one-upmanship right now than it is honest exploration.
I can see that, but as far as Mars goes, I mean, it's Musk. And you know what?
Yeah.
He's got all the fucking money, and can I tell him what to do with this money? No. Do I think that he should be taking some of his money and putting it into more humanitarian efforts? Of course I do. I do. But he has enough that he could do humanitarian efforts and go to fucking Mars.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know what? If that guy wants to fund Mars and he wants to be the person on top that's taking us there and we're going to learn something new, I think that it's, you know, personally, like, within his right to do so, and I can't say what he should be doing with his own money. I think it's interesting to go to Mars, to check it out. I think we're going to fuck it up just like we fucked this planet up, and it's going to end up being a fucking disaster one way or another. But am I intrigued, and do I want to see us go to Mars within our lifetime? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm for it, you know?
Yeah. As long as he's paying for it.
That's the thing. He's paying for it. I'm not paying for it. He's paying for it. And that's his thing. I mean, the guy's got billions and billions and billions of dollars, you know? So, whatever. You want to go to fucking Mars, dude? You want to do the thing? Like, you can do it.
Yeah.
Him and Bezos and fucking Bill Gates, you know, and some of the Saudis, like, they could all have different parts of the planet if they want to and do their own fucking thing, you know? Somehow they were able to generate enough money and it's theirs and they can fucking do what they want.
Yeah, we need somewhere new to dump our plastic. Come on. Put it on Mars.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh, dear is right.
Yeah, well, we're about to be like Wall-E planet, you know? Like, we're like 2 seconds away from a Wall-E scenario.
They're talking today about the Gulf Stream possibly collapsing before 2025.
Shut up. They talked about that today?
Wow.
Yeah. So if the Gulf Stream collapses...
Oh, then the whole thing seizes
we're
up
all
and then we're totally
Never
fucked.
mind.
Well,
See, that's another thing adding to a possible apocalypse. There's like so many possible ways we could go.
Climate.
So, you know, that being said, I know it kind of seems like dark and morbid. And I think we're all dark and morbid in our own ways. But, I mean, I don't know. I live every day like it could be my last. And I acknowledge all of the time. And, I don't feel like it's an unhealthy degree. But it is stressful sometimes where I know at any day, everything that we have, life as we know it, completely could change for all of these different variables. And COVID was a perfect indication of that. I was like, fucking A, see? Holy shit. Like, we can't travel. We can't even leave our fucking house, you know? Like, it got really weird. But it could get a lot weirder. And I acknowledge that, you know, we could have a fucking solar event and we could lose power and that's the end of that. You know, there's like a million different things that could happen at any moment where our lives can be completely fucking different. So I think it's important for everybody to live the best way that they want to and try to enjoy every day. And every time you drink a glass of water, have a cup of coffee, or eat chocolate, or whatever the fuck you do, like get on a plane and fly to another country, really appreciate that shit. Because any moment, any of these factors could just completely collapse and we could be totally fucked. I mean, we could get any moment, breaking news, alien invasion, nobody leave their house, whatever resources you have in your fucking house is all you have, and that's it, and may God be with all of you.
But I only have one roll of toilet paper. This alien invasion sucks. Yeah, and I figure if we're all gonna die, I would rather see the end of humanity than die, like, you know, choking on a sandwich or something. It's, you know.
Hey. It's no way to speak about Mama Cass. God bless her.
Yeah. Yes.
And Link, no clear air turbulence? No, I haven't heard of clear air turbulence. I don't like that.
It's
the jet stream is
the airline industry.
Jet stream is changing unpredictably, causing planes to have turbulence in clear skies.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Planes are just going to start falling
We
out
are
of the
so
sky.
fucked. Everything is so fucked. But here we are today. We're not fucked today.
Nope.
So I guess we just got to try to enjoy it while we can. And I don't know how much longer we'll make it. I mean, in 20 fucking years, so much has happened. We've been talking about this recently with the climate, how in 20 years it is drastically different. And what about 20 years from now? Where are we going to be?
Yeah.
Like, who knows? But I'm for it. I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the mystery of it, and it's keeping me on my toes. And you know, it's of course it's a little spooky knowing we're on very unstable ground every moment, but it's causing me to pay more attention to where I'm stepping and what it is that I'm doing.
Yep.
So this is just another interesting thing to be unfolding in our lifetime. It's very, very interesting, and we're gonna see a lot of changes. And I hope I can live as long as possible to see as much weird, fucked up shit as possible. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, while I'm here, I'm just looking for some new shit.
It's gonna get weird. It's already weird. It's getting weirder.
Weird.
Yeah. Oh, weird.
Toast, would
Yes.
you like to do a card pool for our weird future we're going into?
No.
All right, that's fair.
No, my
tower, no.
guides, my guides have specifically said don't do that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah,
For for world future type of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, good.
Okay.
That's
just,
glad you're honoring
that's
that.
good to know.
Just how they operate.
And some things are better left unknown, and sometimes, you know.
I mean, I've done a little bit of it, but that was more with not through tarot, but through other means.
Okay.
So eventually, maybe they'll let me do it. But
You
they
were
don't.
told to stop prodding.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But there's other entities that'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll tell you what's what. I don't
Say
give a shit.
what guides were you talking to? Were those the Pleiadians?
Well, when I do tarot, I work with ancestors and specific guides for my tarot.
Oh, okay.
And they're like, yeah, well, you know, it's much more mediumistic, so it's like I can connect with things, but they're like, we don't want to, you know, we don't know. And I was like, okay.
They're like, you don't want to know.
other stuff I'm able to do is I can kind of look a little ahead for stuff, and but also in my mind I have preconceived notions of how things are going to end up. Like, it's stuff that comes down, and it's like, so it would do no good to read tarot because it's always just going to reflect what I'm thinking anyway.
Sure.
On this particular question.
Yes.
That's fair.
If
and
that makes a lot of sense.
Sounds like we're on the
So-
same page with that one too.
No,
So I don't pull tarot for like future events. I do scrying for that.
Okay.
I do with either Black Mirror or water, and water would actually be more conducive to that. So pull the Nostradamus and fill a little cauldron up with water. And
Oh, I
let
pulled my
yourself-
Nostradamus.
Yeah, I pulled my Nostradamus.
Well, that
And,
being said, do you have any
Interesting.
insight that you have received on these things that you would feel comfortable sharing?
I can't talk about that in a public setting.
No, it's just as hard, you know. It's but so I think what was I seeing? There's something is Dutch Oven still in the chat here? Oh, paging Dutch Oven. Are you still awake?
Doesn't look like it. Looks like that's dropped
I was
off.
talking to her about it the other day, and I made some predictions at the start of the year, and 2 I think have come through already. So it's like okay, but yeah, I see right, Wink. I see some stuff a little further. So as long as I can still see stuff down the line, I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, as long as it's not just like black.
Yeah.
Like when it stops, that's when it gets scary.
When you're not getting anything anymore, it's kind of like, you know.
Yeah. That's
so,
like the question.
I may not live long enough. Like maybe I'm destined to go, and that's why my guides aren't letting me ask the tarot about stuff. Which if I go to Azeroth or something like that, he'll say, "Sure, bud. Here's what's going to happen. Too bad you're not going to be around for it."
Yeah, you'll never see it, but this is how. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like the question of like time travel and like going into the future. Like, if you go too far, what happens if you go beyond, existence? Like, that's a concern.
These are the theoretical limitations of FTL, faster than light, right?
Yep.
Definitely.
Yep.
Wow. Well, this
what
has
happens
been.
if you go too far?
Yeah. This has been awesome. I'm so glad we did this.
Me too. This is right on time. This is perfect.
Yeah. Blink is kind of saying the same thing. Like she won't reveal anything, so it's like, you know.
Yeah.
That's
could
really
be
cool.
could be quite some time. It could be. Yeah, you try it and tell me what you get.
Yeah.
No, Natara, that is a good point. There's some things that we're just not meant to know.
Yeah.
And it does sound cliche, but I feel ya. I think some things, us knowing anything from the future affects the present, and it affects the future. So it's like we have to be careful what we know, because then therefore we could just kind of shoot off into a whole nother timeline. And I think some things are better left just to reveal themselves in time.
Yeah.
And plus, tarot, like I've always said, tarot for me is looking at the now. It's never about really the future. It's always, this is a snapshot of your energy right now. So this is what's going on. If you continue down this road, this will be the outcome.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
And that's the thing, is like if you're looking into the future, like I don't believe the future is static at all. Like
no,
the future is always changing.
It changes.
It's always
It changes always.
So, you could do a reading and see the future, and then you could do a reading the next day and it'd be completely different, and whether it's because we know it or just because of other things that happen, like the future's not static. So
it's Berstein today and it's Bernstein tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh my God, I just heard a crazy one, the most crazy what do you call it, Mandela effect, the other day. Ed McMahon, Publishers Clearinghouse, remember?
Yeah.
Remember how I used to go to people's doors with a big check? Apparently that is not credible on the internet. Apparently Publishers Clearinghouse does not exist, nor did it ever exist, and apparently there was nothing besides one thing exposing that he used to go to people's houses and bring them the checks, which we greatly remember that. I always remember that. There was a clip from the Tom Green show from a bunch of years ago, him interviewing Ed McMahon, and he said something about like, oh, you're gonna come to my house with a giant check or whatever, and he's like, oh, how much money have you brought to people? And he said, millions of dollars or whatever. But if you're looking it up, Publishers Clearinghouse does not exist.
Weird. I heard
it was a different name.
I heard that they still existed, like fairly recently, that they still exist, and I was like shocked to learn that they still are doing it.
Well, according to this fucking timeline, I didn't look deeply into it, but I looked into it the other day because I was like, no, what the fuck? My friend Christina posted up. She's like, hey, do you guys remember Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse and the giant checks? Well, guess what? It never existed. Google it. What the fuck? And I was like, what? I don't quite understand. So that's a very interesting thing. And when I read that, I was like, oh, this is fucked up. This is like super fucked up.
And they have a website.
Well, apparently, back in that day, it was not Ed McMahon doing Publishers Clearinghouse. We'll have to look at it later, but I'm just saying that freaked me out. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, there's all these things saying that, like, nope. American Family Publishers is what they were calling it. American Family Sweepstakes. But we all remember it being Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yeah, it's Publishers Clearinghouse.
So, I don't know, man. I'm starting to wonder. And then the cornucopia thing with the fucking Fruit of the Loom and shit. There's
that
like
one
weird
blows
shit.
my mind because I can remember the cornucopia.
Me too.
The cornucopia thing?
Yeah, in the logo for Fruit of the Loom, there was that brown cornucopia with the fucking fruit, and apparently the cornucopia did not exist. It never existed, and a couple people have shown some pictures.
There's a YouTube video, Publishers Clearinghouse. Ed McMahon's in it.
Fucking A.
1986.
Okay, I'm glad that you have found that because other people are like, there's no proof of it. So okay, so that's good. So somebody's off. Okay, I'm glad Dusty just found a commercial. It's a miracle.
It's there. Don't worry.
But there are people saying that did not exist, and it was American Family. Yeah, and then the Fruit of the Loom thing, which I distinctly remember that. But then a couple people posted some photos of their shirt tag or whatever, and it had it on it, but there was nothing like in the Fruit of the Loom websites or any of the commercials or anything that showed it whatsoever. So, yeah, it's very interesting. So it's honestly like Berenstain and Berenstein, that I think was like not necessarily a Mandela type of thing. I think that's because most people weren't familiarized with, you know, Jewish sounding names, and they just called it Bernstein, you know. But with some of these,
I blame that on growing up in Texas. Like,
I'm from Florida. We know it was Berenstain. We knew that. But yeah, I do wonder. I do wonder if there's some strange, weird alternate realities, and somehow we're slipping around because this shit with fucking Kanye, Justin Bieber, and Marilyn Manson doing a fucking church sermon together. Yo, what the fuck kind of weird ass trajectory are we on right now?
What are you talking about? What?
That fucking happened. Kanye was doing this church sermon with his like culty church thing, wearing all white. Justin Bieber was there presenting it with him, and fucking Marilyn Manson, wearing all white, was seen praying with Kanye and Bieber. And I was like, all right, this is all the confirmation that I need that we just slipped into some bizarro fucking reality, and this is fucked. Now nothing's off the table. Anything's possible. What the fuck?
Yeah. It was ridiculous. Yeah, we covered that on our Weird News episode one time. Just like, what is happening? Like, none of this makes any sense. We've definitely slipped into an alternate timeline.
That's fucked. Dusty, take a look at that shit I just sent you. I just sent you like a novel there in the DM.
Natara, you're so funny. Pet the cat, for Christ's sake. He's over there. Hi, Pluto.
Pet the cat.
Natara says hi, your friend. Now he's being quiet. He's looking cute though. Yeah, I don't know why anything surprises me anymore. I mean, honestly.
Oh, see, I'm just gonna read this. That's interesting.
Okay.
The X-Plane
It's
DARPA.
fucking spooky.
Yeah, the X-Plane that DARPA is developing to fly without traditional exterior moving flight controls received its official designation, Crane. It aims to build on experimental uncrewed aircraft that maneuver by controlling the airflow around it.
Like Bubble Man.
So it's talking about vacuum flight.
Mm-hmm. Which is essentially the Tic Tac, and that's what boggles their mind about the Tic Tac the most, is that it flies without any flight controls.
Yeah.
There's no rudders, there's no flaps. It just does what it wants.
Weird.
And look at this now. All of a sudden, DARPA's got the plane that flies without flight control. So what's important about that is that it's the flaps and stuff like that put off. A plane is completely stealth, and then the minute it puts up a flap to do a maneuver or turn, it becomes reflective to radar, right? Mm-hmm. Which is why they work so hard to hide the flaps. And it's like, they maneuver so quickly because they want to keep their flaps flat as possible.
Yeah.
Right? But if you can get a plane that can fly without any flaps, you shrink their maneuverability goes through the roof because you can't see it no matter what.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
That's crazy shit right there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So those will be drones that won't even be able to be stopped by any kind of normal ground-to-air missile or even air-to-air missile. They won't be able to track.
Yeah, they won't
be able to lock on.
Yeah, and
that's pretty fucking
that's
insane.
The thing with the drones. Like, I know they talk about all the these UFOs that move that in ways where a human body would not be able to withstand the G-forces, where they can turn on a dime, they can make a 90-degree angle, they can start and then stop instantly. If you have a drone, they can do that. Like, a drone could do that, no problem. So if we can develop a drone that has those capabilities, and that's what I think is going on with the UFOs we see too. I think a lot of it is drones. I think there are manned ones, but I think a lot of it is drones, and I do think that there's a play. I think that there's some are interdimensional, some are actually here, some are manned, some are not, some are remote from somewhere else, some are remote from here. I think it's a little bit of everything. Like, I've been saying for many, many years, like, the truth is always in the middle. Like, it's never black or white. The truth is always in the gray, and there's a middle ground, and I think it's a little bit of everything. And based on
75 years ago, the UFO crashed in Roswell, and there was a couple aliens aboard. And it was just a flying saucer that was wonky, and relying on maybe older tech, and it crashed. Right? Maybe there's been a couple more car crashes, like World War II, and Mussolini collecting some aliens and stuff like that, a craft. Yeah. But now, 75 years later, can you imagine how fast their technology? If you think how far we've gone in 75 years.
That's a very good point.
Yeah. Think how far they've gone in 75 years, and now they just send probes through like a wormhole or something, and they just monitor us with probes, and the probes are everywhere.
Yeah.
I didn't really think about that. I just thought they're so much farther advanced than us, and that we're probably getting their advanced shit this whole time if they're like thousands of years ahead. But that is a really good point, that if they're able to kind of fold space-time and just all of a sudden be here on a dime, that their 75 years worth of technology advancement could be unbelievable. So that's a good point. I like that.
And even
you were saying it yourself. 100 years ago, we were just getting into radio.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And look how exponentially
think of the internet
fast.
in 1993 internet. When you first got on the World Wide Web, when it just came out.
Yep.
93. What? 30 years ago.
Dude, I'm like floppy disk generation, man. Like before the internet, all like I remember that, and I'm in my 40s. I'm not even that fucking old, and I remember the beginning of that whole thing. And here we are, right now. It's just shit's crazy. Starlink satellites going up, or we'll have cell phone service in the fucking Sahara or whatever. Like shit's getting really crazy, really fast.
Yeah.
So you're right. I mean, I do acknowledge how fast it's gone here on Earth, but I don't know. I just didn't really think about it in the sense of like, also, the extraterrestrials are having advancement as well. So maybe the saucers was what was the hip thing back in the day, and now the fucking cubes and the spheres are more of their advanced technology.
Exactly.
Damn.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was their 57 Chevy and their Lamborghini, right?
Which actually,
the saucers are the fucking Pintos of the.
Yeah.
Like,
which actually, thinking about that, whenever you look at like all the ancient alien stuff, you've probably seen the little like gold figures that they have that look like airplanes, and then there's like the Egyptian hieroglyph that looks like a helicopter, and now we're flying helicopters and airplanes that look just like that. Well, now we get a UFO crash while we're flying airplanes and just figuring airplanes out, and now we're trying to figure out UFOs. So we're trying to figure out the saucer shape, where now they're flying orbs and cubes that we don't even know how to fathom that yet. But what if here in 20 years we have UFOs like saucers flying around, and then in 100 years we have orbs and cubes, so we could just be copying that tech that's out there,
or it's us coming back,
or it's
in
us
time.
Think
of a B2.
Yeah.
When you look at a B2 coming at you like this, and I reference that a lot because it is really advanced fucking tech. Look at a B2 when it's coming at you like this. It's a freaking flying saucer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's the old school flying saucer with the thing in the middle and the the plate in the side. It's that's what that is.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, Natara, what a great fucking point. Look at her comment. I can't believe this is a realistic subject we're discussing. I mean, I grew up on Art Bell. It's fucking real, man.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wish.
You are correct.
Can we resurrect just for a second Art fucking Bell? Because oh my god, I am so sad that he is not here.
He'd be
for
shitting himself
today.
about this whole thing.
He'd have been sitting right there in Congress today.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
right
god,
there.
totally.
That's what I was trying to figure out who it was that was sitting between George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. I don't know who that guy was, but I was like, that should be Art Bell. Like, he should be sitting.
Well,
right
earlier
there.
when you were telling me instead of George Knapp, you misspoke and you said George Norrie.
Yeah.
And I was envisioning, I was like, George fucking Norrie is there? Like, that's
Yeah.
awesome, you know? I thought it was really cool.
No, George
I
Norrie
thought
would
about
not
that
be
later,
there.
actually.
I was like, he's talked about the subject a lot throughout the years, you know? Like, fucking heck.
Yeah.
But yeah, Art, I wish that he was here for this. I really do. So, Natara, good point. I grew up, well, I wouldn't say grew up on it, but since I was in my 20s, that's been something I listened to consistently ever since. And yeah, it's so cool to see this actually happening right now. He would think this is so fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So if anybody's, we got any necromancers in the fucking, whatever, give me something.
yeah.
There you go. So, okay, we have one.
Yeah.
Can you please summon, are we doing that next Wednesday? Are we summoning Art Bell on the fucking air?
I was just thinking that. What if I fucking tried to reach out to Art Bell?
Oh my god, can we do it live on the show?
We could try it, but it would be too open to trickery. But it might be fun. Might be fun to try. We'd have to see. But it would be way
Really
too open to trickery. You'd have to reach him through shortwave or something like that.
That's
maybe.
true. Yeah. You'd have to find a very specific way to reach out to Art Bell.
Oh, maybe the fucking spirit box or something.
Well,
With
yeah, that's
radio,
what I was thinking.
yeah.
But that would be too open to because you're reaching. You know, if you use that box in a closed location, you have more chances of interacting directly with the spirits there. But if you're reaching out across time and space with the thing, it becomes a little more open to whatever. You know, it's a little harder to fine tune the spirit you're reaching out to. Although it's possible and it's doable if you've got, if you're well connected, you could do it.
Sounds like you are. I think if there was ever a time to try to reach into the beyond and pull somebody back, I feel like Art would really appreciate the effort if we could make it happen.
Listen, y'all, he had plenty of witch friends and shit like that, and none of them are talking to him. Some people just don't want to come back, Some people just don't want to come back, and he strikes me as the kind of guy that wouldn't necessarily want to come back.
Hey, those people, maybe they're talking to him. They're just not on Twitch.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, right? That's the other thing. Yeah. Although maybe they're on YouTube.
Yeah.
And yeah, that spirit box is spooky. That's pretty spooky shit.
Yeah, Natara.
The one that you can put on your phone is fucking phenomenal. It is really powerful, really powerful. And when you combine it with other psychometry kind of stuff, if you use like dowsing rods or something else with it, it becomes fucking phenomenal. Like really good.
Really, with the phone one? Because I was wondering, my friend Stephanie had it, and we were using that in conjunction with the spirit box one time at her place, which terrified me. But I was really wondering if it was just like randomly generating words. I didn't know if it was trustworthy.
No, I've used it. I've had the old school and I used the new school stuff, and it's fucking pretty spooky. Whether you can, you have to make sure you're talking to the right people. But it's fucking spooky. It's really spooky, and it's good. It's the new Ouija board.
Yeah, for sure.
Basically, except that you don't have Zozo showing up.
Yeah, this is true.
Right. Every time you start using the Ouija these days, it's like, hey, I'm here, and it's like, will you fucking go away? You have to call in bigger people to keep him off your board.
Yeah, I'm not down. I
fucking
don't
annoying.
fuck around with that shit, man.
Yeah, you have to call in other demons to keep the pesky ones aside. It's like I want to work. here. I want to keep it clean. Can we just have a nice little conversation? Zuzzle, and you fuck off. You know? Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the tricksters, but I don't blame them. You know, they're bored.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
I really like what Link just said about he read that in a book that said that many people stop believing that the Earth is real after you cross over, so they lose interest. And then, so like in the afterlife, they're having debates about the reality of Earth, whereas here on Earth, we're having debates about the reality of ghosts. And there's ghosts hanging out, having debates about the reality of Earth, and they're like, I don't know, man. I think it was just a dream.
What a fascinating concept.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
I did not necessarily think about that before, but that's good.
Yeah.
I bet you. So that's just, it's the same thing on all, like, any way that you look at it, it's
As
the same
above, so
fucking
below.
thing. Yep.
Get over on the other side, and it's like, fuck, it really is flat.
Yeah. Turns out, that's fucking weird. I swear it was round when I was on it. I had a dream it was round. It was weird.
Yeah, that's really interesting if they're questioning us and if their lives were real and if any of this is even real at all.
I dreamt I had a body. That was weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking scary. Well, there was a great movie. Well, there was a novel, obviously, about it first, but what the hell was it called? It was Nicole Kidman was in it, and they were in a haunted house.
Oh, The Others.
The Others. What a fantastic movie! I love that.
But it turns out that they're the ghosts.
They're the ghosts. Yeah.
That was
loved
fucked.
that. The first time I saw it, I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
And I've seen it a million times, and I love that twist.
Yeah.
I think that's a really, really cool twist.
Oh yeah, the first time that twist, everybody was just like, "Oh, what?" Like it totally caught me off guard too.
Yeah.
Well, most ghosts know they're ghosts, but anyway, at least the ones I've run into.
Except for like Sixth Sense or whatever, you have them where they're just wandering, doing their thing, and then find out that they're.
Yeah, that's the thing.
dead.
Most of them know they're ghosts. Not all of them.
Yeah, this is true. All right, y'all. Listen, it's 3:46 a.m.
Yeah.
Time for old Toasty here
That's
to
late for me too. I'm gonna have to go myself.
tap out.
Yeah.
This
was
was
fun,
great,
though.
though.
God
I'm
damn.
so glad
This
you
was
wanted
so
to
much
come
fun.
do this with us. You were the perfect person to do this.
Well, I guess it's my turn to have you guys over here on this side for once. So we'll set something up, find a topic, and we can have a little chat about something.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
fucking
I'd be
awesome. Out to Art
happy to do that.
I'm programming once I get. I'm taking off on vacation next week, I guess.
Nice.
And then coming back after that, and then I'm hoping to have my schedule really more cemented and stick to the streaming on a more consistent basis
Awesome.
than I have been for the past little while. So
Cool.
I will set up some dates and have you guys over for an interview or a chat.
Oh my God, we would be so
fucking
happy
awesome.
to do that. That would be fantastic.
That'd be
So
great.
yes, I vote yes.
Yeah.
Just
Awesome.
be in touch.
Good stuff.
But no, this is great.
Very
Thank
cool.
you for your insight. Thank you for your just ideas and your 2 cents on everything, and being able to experience this with somebody who actually cares and is as excited as we are. It was a really cool experience.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll give you my 2 cents about everything.
Good. I love it. That's why we absolutely love you, and I can't wait till one day get to hang out with you in person. We're gonna have to.
That'll be awesome. You hit the road with Crimson Riot's coming to Canada.
I would love to do that.
Right.
That'd be
Are
fun.
you gonna go see the show?
I don't know if it's Roxy Gun or Crimson Riot. I forget which
Well,
one.
Roxy,
the two it is, but I think
it's the
same
same
people.
people.
It's just
But
I
as
don't know
far
which
as
band is
touring,
coming.
it's Crimson is touring.
Yeah, Crimson's
Crimson
their
is
punk
touring.
band. So.
Well, they're coming to Ottawa and they're coming to Montreal, and I'm going to go and try and see them in both places.
That's
You definitely
awesome.
should. You absolutely
Do a
should.
little deadhead thing.
Sweet. Yeah, they're gonna be here the beginning of September. They always come and stay with us when they're here in town, and then they're gonna hit the road. And
So
go
we'll try to
Canada-style.
hit them. Try and go visit them in Ottawa, and then follow them to Montreal, which would be cool.
They're
But at the very
fantastic
least,
live.
I will see them in Montreal.
They're like
So
the
that's-
nicest people ever, so you'll really
Yeah,
enjoy
it's going to be awesome.
them for sure.
Good times.
Cool.
And thank you for the follow, Nikita. Or
Yeah.
Nitra?
Yeah, Natara.
Yeah,
That's Natara.
Natara. I fucking getting the names, man.
That's okay. We know that one because we know her. But yeah,
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much for this. And I don't know if we need to raid or not. It kind of seems like
We got a small group, and I think it's
I feel like the only people in here right now are bots and a couple lurkers.
Yeah, we'll just end transmission. But I'm so
Yeah.
glad
Yeah.
for everybody that is here right now. thank you for coming in, especially Lincoln and Tara. I know you guys came in towards the end, but I'm so glad that you guys did end up coming in.
Definitely.
Anybody that's lurking and chilling that's been here since the beginning, thank you as well.
Thank you for that.
So, happy Disclosure Day. Yay!
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Happy disclosure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we
Peace,
will
y'all.
see you guys again soon.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Take care.
All right.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.